Hello everybody and welcome to episode number 55. That's a special number. I do like the number 5, don't ask me why. And especially 55. Holy shit.
I almost died.
I was not ready for that.
I mean, he's learning to be as unexpected as me, I guess. For which I am proud. Thank you, Greg, for doing that.
You're welcome.
Always can rely on Greg to have a little surprise there. Yeah, episode number 55. Pretty big milestone. And I feel like, you know, you guys have been going somewhere. A lot of, I would say, victories in your wake, though you nearly dodged a TPK, a genuine TPK last session, which is, you know, good.
We've had a lot of not losses. They haven't been wins, they're not losses.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll take a not loss at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you got across the Lake of Atonement. I would say that's a win, you know. Almost went insane. Only almost.
I was this close.
That close. made a pact with a devil priest to reawaken Tiamat. I mean, that's a win. A win in the books, you know. And you killed a bunch of crusaders. I mean, that's a win.
That is definitely a win in my books, at least.
Okay, they were former crusaders turned into a new order of some sort of, you know,
Weirdo,
I don't know.
crazy fanatics.
Crazy fanatics. There you go. Turned into fanatics.
Yep, on a maybe completely different crusade. Yeah. Okay. So before we actually jump in, do I want to say something? No. Why do I say that? I never know what to say. I guess, well, the usual pitch, which I guess something that I should have said from the beginning is the typical YouTuber stuff, which is if you like, we don't get any likes, I realize, on our we have like 2 likes on 2 videos, which is on our very first one, and a random other one. And the most funniest thing I find is we have 1 comment on all of our videos, and I got no idea what that comment is supposed to mean. Wait, let me
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I didn't know we had it.
yeah, let me just bring it up in a quick second, because I'm like, what the fuck were you trying to say? Where is it? There it is. Okay. The comment is Promosum on episode 28, and it's in quotation marks. PROMOSM. I got no idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean. I was kind of proud that we got it. I was like, yay, our first comment. And I was like, do you want to say promise or promotion or?
Well, if it's in quotes, then it's something we said, right?
Someone says, I am looking on Google, but the term promosum in a YouTube comment commonly stands for promote so much or self-promotion, indicating that the commenter is trying to promote themselves.
Which is fun. Oh my god, that fits perfectly here, because that, you know, my big brain sometimes does things I don't even realize myself. Is what I actually want to address right now, is that we don't promote ourselves in the intro of saying, please like and subscribe if you like our shit. Since it does actually statistically increase the likelihood of liking or subscribing by, I think, about 80% or some shit like that. Yeah, it's insane, the number of what it does of just saying please like and subscribe. So maybe I should do it from now on. Who knows? Maybe I will also just forget shit, because that's I tend to do that. Yay. And once again, should also try and mention this every time, is if you wish to have a chance to play with me, there's a link in the description to my start playing profile, and if I have a slot open, you can sign up there, can have a nice one-shot, beginner friendly. And Matt, last time you said that maybe my title was too brutal, and I was like, you know what, you're probably right. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, what is maybe not so scary for someone to jump right into. But I guess looking at this campaign, it also seems very scary to do a one-shot with me. Because I TPK'd every single one-shot we ever did together. Man, Greg is on a roll today. Holy shit.
Little subliminal messages.
Promise them. Yeah, just hold it up several times during the thing, and then suddenly the subscriber boost. Yeah, no, it just flies by. Okay, back to the real shit, which is introductions and the question of the day. I mean, I'm pretty sure you all know what the question of the day is. The question of the day is, what the fuck is that thing you're looking at right now? And what the fuck is it gonna do? And for the people who don't know what I'm talking about is, you will see in a minute, I guess. So, starting off with none other than...
Me, Greg. I'm playing Eirik Spanner, the Human Artificer. And surprisingly, I have an answer to this. I thought about it a little bit. I think this is a new quest giver. This is something that has been in this location for years and years and years and years and years, and has been waiting for someone to get to it so that it can reveal its, like, what the next step is. That we are on some kind of mysterious journey that we didn't know we were on.
Oh man, that's big. That's big.
That's good.
Yeah, holy shit. From last week's of I don't have any theory to this, man.
Exactly.
0-100. Let's go. Okay, next one.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matt. I'm playing Fiera. I guess I'll go a different direction, just so we have some variety. At first, I thought this might be Eve, but I don't think it is. I think this is the Watcher of Eve, because she's getting punished, and this person is to make sure she continually gets punished. She doesn't get released. Make sure the spear, keeps her here. So he is the keeper of the spear that is keeping Eve here. That is his designation, given to by the creators.
So like a guardian. Whoa.
Yes, the guardian of Eve and the spear.
Very interesting. Okay, next one.
I am Skit, and I play Isarel Leafina. I am going kind of in the same direction as Matt, thinking that this thing is a guardian of some sort. However, where I differentiate myself a little bit is I think it's actually there to help us rather than to be Eve's guardian. I think this thing might be our guardian.
Very interesting. Okay. New abstract, more interpretational. I like that. And definitely knows how I do shit. Okay, and finally, but definitely not least.
My name is Felicia. I'm playing Jade. As far as what this thing is, I'm not even gonna try to put something together. I thought about it all week, and I was like, I can't figure out what this thing is. I didn't even have theories. I was just like, it's gonna kill us. That's all that was playing in my head all week.
I mean, yeah, a lot of things in this world do try to kill you, and have tried to kill you, and did kill you. So I guess that is a very valid theory to have. Woo! Well, then I guess without further ado, we're just gonna jump right into it, because this question will be answered in probably the first part of this session, since you're already meeting it. And I bet y'all can't wait what it is up about. Yep, just casually, manually having to do audio transitions. Haha, let's go.
A sky that was turned over. The earth that is falling. A dark omen that spread its seeds across the world has started to grow its roots, and it would be blasphemy to deny the awakening of the terrors. Oh, what are we but those who blind themselves in the anguish of the past, while we seek for release and salvation in the future? The premonition of the falling moon was neglected by the forgotten gods, and so the astral gate was shattered. By what beast, nobody knows. The ripples of the divine severance left the world without guidance, and those who waned their misfortune died. Those who took advantage of it, killed. Endless years of meaningless war were waged in the name of a new age, where power would be restored to those who held divinity. The grace of our people was lost in the slaughter, and the blood spilled filled the cracks of the seeds of the dark omen, and awakened the terrors left behind by it, to decide whether those who challenge fate may rise, or those who follow it. So in the name of the dark blood and our forgotten ancestry, we challenge the terrors and the premonition of the fallen moon. For we seek to free our world, to return it to how it was before it was taken away from us by the bearers of the seed of power. And so, if we must once again spill blood and wage war, we will. But it will be in the virtue of our own kind, the virtue to resist, the virtue to look forward, and the virtue to hope.
Yes. So let us come to quick recap. You guys have managed to cross the Lake of Atonement, though it was a bit troublesome and didn't go completely flawless. However, you nonetheless made it across and were faced with the Wall of Wounds, which there were large stairs that led up to it, and you could see the divine statues on top with the large halberds, and you decided to take a quick break after, Israel seemed to have been heavily exhausted by the procedures of quote-unquote atonement within the lake and the visions you had. However, making your way closer to the wall and up the stairs would somehow show some healing factors, which kind of gave Israel her strength and actually her sanity back, kind of curing her of all ailments she had. And of course, the effect was also witnessed by the rest of you all. Kind of waited there for the other three, Ventrix, Goran, and Tenaria, which I actually surprised. Like, I have their names down in my memory, like they are locked, which I find very funny. However, they didn't seem to have appeared yet. So instead, you kind of took a bit of time to investigate like a large mural that was outside or on top of the entrance of the gate that depicted weird iconographies, which then, after close investigation, Fiera, you realized were like names, and it seems like names of a kind of hierarchy, and the names of the larger pantheon, where 4 creators were mentioned: Basileus Valkyrion, Calix Deus Ex Lichnius, Primus Artifex, and Lady Cressea. And beneath each of them, categorically, there would have been a Divine Aetherius pantheon, a Humanic pantheon, Science, and then, of course, quote-unquote, mortals, or your kind. And took some time to investigate there, recognized a few names on this great list, and you've kind of educated yourselves and remembered those names before proceeding further into the Wall of Wound, where it was, you know, a very gothic looking interior space that then led to a hallway where you would surprisingly be met by what seemed to be crusaders, and a figure who seemed a bit angelic in the sense that he had like kind of torn off wings but very pale white alabaster skin, and you kind of talk with him a bit, however would be immediately confronted, as you would find out that they were from the 12th Legion, the Legion of Af, kind of standing here for whatever purpose you may not know, for you have managed to kill them barely, after the light lieutenant kind of with a last resort suicide bomb kind of took you all down with them. However, luckily enough, it seemed like Tenaria, Goran, and Veltrix actually were close by. You just missed them, and they managed to jump in and save you all, and then together with them, you also managed to defeat the 4 other crusaders who were accompanying the light lieutenant. Took a bit of rest, proceeded to continue forward, got met at a gate, or not gate, or like a very golden door, went inside, entered into what seemed to be a large room where you could not even see the ceiling or the walls, covered in deep fog. And as you stepped inside, Eirik, you would have noticed that the door behind you disappeared, either from vision or completely, as the fog kind of took over it. And then after a few seconds, or maybe like half a minute to a minute, you would see a glowing light from the ceiling itself come down, as something came into your sight. Something, well, definitely out of this world. Best thing I can describe it is, looks kind of like a chandelier with a lot of ribbons flowing down from what seem to be sort of shoulder pauldrons, and it is, yeah, it's hard to describe. It seems to be more like a clockwork symbol made out of metal gold that is shimmering in light, while the ribbons are flowing around itself as it would make itself into your view and hover several feet above you. And as it kind of descended down from the top, you could also see that the fog that is kind of surrounding the space would kind of make way and shape and form around you, and almost like as if a invisible dome is kind of being placed around you that prevents the fog from going further towards you. And it would kind of sit in the air for a while. And as asked last time by Greg, it is quite large. Like from one shoulder pauldron to the other, it's about 30 feet. And the ribbons in length are probably like several hundred feet as they kind of just flow around and partially scrape the floor beneath you. And yeah, what do you guys do as you kind of stand here as this thing floats down and now floats above you? And you also see Tenaria, Veltrix, and Goran are kind of just standing speechless there, and they all have taken like back positions of where you are standing.
I guess starting in Celestial, I'll speak up. Say, are you capable of conversing with us? We have questions.
Your voice echoes out, and it's a weird feeling standing here and trying to talk with what very obviously seems to be, in the best sense, a higher being. And as you're kind of talking, you notice that your throat is a little bit dry, even though the temperature inside of this room is very comfortable. The scorching heat has left you long ago as soon as you entered the inside of the wall. However, as you're standing here, you felt like this, when you entered the wall, this kind of presence or push or urge to kind of walk further down. You now have the feeling that you've kind of reached your destination. This pull isn't there anymore, but instead there's a warmth that covers your body, that covers your kind of quivering throat a bit as you talk, and a certain sense of peace comes over you. So even though you're a bit nervous talking to this thing because you don't really know what you're expecting, there's still a very calming aura that is surrounding the space in general, despite the very obvious context that would, you know, make everyone on edge in this situation. And you would hear a response, a voice that returns, that you understand is celestial. However, you all hear and understand what it is saying, though you hear it also in celestial, but somehow your mind translates it for you, or it is doing something that is translating to it for you. Similar when Fiera uses a tongue spell, she just kind of talks in her own tongue. However, it kind of just melds into your mind and then becomes translated for you. And you hear it say and as it speaks, you can see no mouth obviously moving, though there is a very, very slight, almost like micro vibrations coming off of the metal that is the quote-unquote head of this thing. You can see it just vibrate. Bzzz, and it says,
Yes. Questions you have indeed. And I hope to give you the answers that lead you back towards the light.
Wonderful. Preferably, I'd like to start with introductions. I want to know who I'm talking to. I think it would benefit you to know who you're giving answers to. Is that agreeable?
It is not important for you to know who I am, for it is also not important for me to know who you are. It is important to understand our role inside of this world. It is important for me to understand your purpose. It is important for you to understand my purpose. So I shall introduce myself by explaining what my purpose is, mortal child. I I'm a divine emissary. My purpose is to guide those souls who have atoned after having lost their faith. And I shall guide you back towards the path which will bring you back to our faith.
So you're a guide. Well, that makes sense. After all, we just did go through the process at the lake. I guess I should point out, we came here of our own volition. We weren't sent here to atone for sins. We came here to help our kind.
I am very well aware of that. Though you would not have made your way here if there was no need for atonement.
Tricky. Then you know Calyx is running amok in our world. He's being used. He's cursing people. He's hurting people. He's being used as almost like an emblem for a new legion that has sprung up. And they're just punishing everyone that doesn't swear by the creators.
It is true. There are many false emissaries of light that plague your world at this very moment. Calyx. Calyx is not his name, it is what he is. A punisher. Though it seems now that people pray to those who have been punished. Tell me, what is your purpose?
I look back at like Azrael and Eirik. And Jade, who I haven't really talked to about it. Do you think we've changed since that first meeting? Because we all just wanted a better world, right? Do we still want that?
My goal is still and always was to restore the weave so that we can have a better world. The way I want to do it, or the way I think I'll be able to help achieve it, has changed. And the way I'm thinking of it now has also changed. But I still believe that it is my purpose here.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. Eirik, do you still want to use your knowledge to build things to better the world after all you've gone through?
Absolutely. I would love nothing more for the world to come together and succeed together with higher knowledge that helps everyone in the ways that they need help.
Good to hear.
What about you, Pierre?
I think it's changed. After going through that lake, I learned that I fit a good role as a guide. I've always wanted to bring out the best of everyone. But I wonder if there's more to that. I feel like so much has been lost. Information, mostly about the gods. Like the mural at the stairs. If that information got out, the entire world's history would change. I think I need to be someone who uncovers the past, remembers it, and passes it on to the future. Things can't be forgotten. We didn't even know what Calyx was. We had to do some ridiculous research. We had to dig deep, look so far because it's hidden. I think more than a guide, I need to be history's preserver.
Then you and I share a goal that is much, much more connected than you thought. Because to restore the weave, I need to uncover the past of my people and bring it back to remember it, to showcase it, to remind people of who we are and who we were.
I can't wait to help.
In my head, at least, it makes me feel like you also want a better world. Just a little bit different way than you maybe thought at first.
Yes. Quite a bit different, actually.
If I can put it into simple terms, you two want to preserve history and make the world better, while I want to make history and make the world better.
Well, Jade, you stand among 3 historians. I guess, what do you want?
I believe that preserving history is necessary. Like, if I learned anything from my almost failure, it's I forgot my history, forgot my ancestors, and to believe in them. Preserving history is the only answer.
I guess I'd look back at our 3 companions who are probably awestruck. Well, I'd love to hear your 3's purpose.
Definitely is a tough question, ain't it? No, sorry, I shouldn't be cursing. I mean, we all got together because we had similar past. All of us lost a loved one because of the demonic blight. And we just tried our darndest to, in any way, shape or form, make it a little bit safer for the people we care about. Whatever way. Nothing as grand as making history or something like that. We just wanted to know that when we're not at home, that my little sister can be safe. That I don't have to constantly worry about my mother or my brother. That's kinda it.
So in a way, you wanted to make a better place for your loved one.
Yeah, definitely.
It's respectable.
And you see Tenaria kind of just nod to the notion of Eltrix and go in a bit, you know, he's like a big bodyguard, doesn't say much, but he also like kind of nods, shrugs his shoulders, and it's like,
Yeah.
Look back at the golden figure. So, are we worthy of these purposes?
Everyone is worthy to pursue a greater goal that benefits the world. And there is a way to achieve all that you have spoken of. And it is true. A lot of the past has been forgotten. And with that, the loss of faith towards the divine light has been shrouded in a shadow that also has been forgotten. To uncover what once was, and to show your people the light that once reigned over this world, to give people back the faith that once guided them eons ago. You can establish the order necessary to make your world a better place again. And for that to happen, you seven must be the first to regain your faith. To regain your faith in the divine.
Would you agree that faith goes both ways? That in order for us to have faith in the creators, or even the gods among them, they need to have faith in us?
Yes. Yes. Faith is shared. Faith is something that gives trust to the power you wield. I sense that some of you have visions of false prophecies. Misguided by them, you have lost your trust and faith of that which has birthed and guided you, your kind.
You see him kind of, one of his wings kind of, not wings, but one of his, not tendrils, what do they call them again? What's the name?
Oh,
Ribbon, yeah, ribbon. One of his ribbons kind of floats up. And then out of your pouch, Icewell, you see the tree branch kind of float out of it. and it kind of float in front of you. And you see that the tendril kind of goes towards it and then touches it very slightly, and then you can see a slight spark of energy go over it, and then places it slowly, almost as if you are supposed to take it.
I'm gonna take it in my hands.
There are many things, especially now, caged inside of this world.
You can see a gesture towards, obviously referring to hell,
that wish to now use your naive minds, who do not know the past, who do not know the faith, and try to steer you towards the very thing you wish to prevent.
Israel, go to D&D Beyond and look up true branch of Yeklava.
Did anyone
What?
do an insight check on the tree? I don't think we did.
You definitely didn't. And if you will, you may read it out loud.
Yeah, I'll do it.
A dark wine-red branch that has twisted around itself multiple times and come to a very sharp point at one end, while the other is cracked wood. It is lightweight, and when smelled, it has a very light scent of sulfur. You may use your action to pierce a creature's heart that has 0 hit points with the branch. Piercing the creature's heart will allow Yeklava's soul to enter into the body, making his soul the new host of the body. As soon as Yeklava's soul enters the body heals 68 plus 8 points and is brought back to life.
Oh my god.
The soul of the creature whose heart has been pierced with the branch swaps places with Yeklava's soul and is placed within Yeklava's body in hell. A creature that has died cannot be dead longer than 1 hour, or Yeklava's soul will not be able to enter the body and it will not be healed.
How many times did we almost die in hell and have to use that? Twice? 3 times?
I'm gonna use this on Calyx. This has changed everything.
You can punish someone.
I'm going to be adding this item to my backpack.
Oh boy.
Okay. Oh, that is sneaky. That is sneaky. I am looking at the difference between both description, and it's literally 2 sentences have been added. Wow.
The divine emissary gets the vibe. It says,
there will be many more things that you will discover that do not reflect the reality. I am here as I have stated. My purpose is to guide you And in that sense, do you wish to see the truth that shall restore your faith towards the divine?
Isarel is going to place the branch back into her bag and kneel down in front of the being and say, if anything I've learned in the past few hours is that my faith is what brought me here. And I want to make sure that I'm on the right path.
Yes, let's untangle this web of lies we've been given our entire life.
You see Veltrix also kind of a bit stumped. Doesn't really get what's happening with the branch. It's kind of like... yeah, I suppose so. If it's really gonna make us return to the faith towards the light or whatever, yeah, sure. Don't see much to lose. Tenari once again nods, going. It's kind of like a bit hesitant, and but it's actually surprisingly we're gonna take a quick break. But I have to piss so bad. So to go around a cliffhanger here, but I'm really gonna pee so bad. So we'll see what happens next in a quick break. Bye. And we are back. Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Quick break I had to do. But you know, sometimes your bladder... Well, when we started recording, I actually felt that I had to pee, but I thought it would take a bit longer until it came to the point where I actually had to go. However, returning back, is there anything you guys would like to say, do, after the statement of... that it just made?
Wow.
Yeah, you have to go a bit higher, otherwise the subscribe is cut off.
Oh shit! Damn it!
Yeah. You just say like and subscribe to the Divine Emissary. It's like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh no. Everybody just froze.
Really?
Is
Oh, okay. It was just for a second.
yeah, it kind of froze for me as well.
Oh, I thought everyone was just being still. Okay, I guess I take the silence.
We're good.
That no one's gonna say anything.
No.
Still a bit in shock.
I'm anxious to keep going.
Then you see now not just one of its ribbons, but most of its ribbons kind of lift up off the ground, showing you that underneath it is nothing, but they kind of float up into the air and start to kind of like whisk around, and you can see that around you the kind of fog that has been kind of just idly pushing a bit against the invisible barrier that has been keeping it at bay start to like kind of swirl a bit around you, kind of move in a circular pattern, almost like you're inside of a hurricane or something. So not as wild as that, it just kind of slowly start to show some movement before you can once again hear the voice of the divine emissary talk again, and it says,
"It was long ago when Chaldeus, your world, was but a barren, scrapped land of nothing but dark rock, unable to hold any life. Corpses of demons were the ones that littered the dead primordial landscape. For us to call this place home, we had to fight these beings, whose sole purpose and existence lies therein, to annihilate all life."
There you can see around you, kind of in the fog as it's moving, silhouettes start to appear as they shape and manifest into more concrete structures. And you can see this like somewhat dark, cracked landscape, very similar to Hell, but different in the sense that in Hell it seems the absence of previous life. Here it seems like life never has existed here in the first place. Instead, these large towering structures which look like just amalgamations of your worst nightmares. Big toothy mouths, several hundreds of arms, limbs just kind of growing everywhere, but in an idle state and dead. As the divine emissary continues to speak,
"And as the creators try to populate this dead world, they would be met with resistance. The corpses of the demons would awaken at the sight of life and pursue their only purpose, to annihilate us."
And there you can see 4 lights beaming from the sky coming down, slowly changing the landscape in a way that seems more familiar towards you. You can see that the cracked landscape kind of smoothens out, grass starts to appear, water flows down one mountain, creating a river and turns into an ocean. However, at the same time, you can see that these kind of abstract shapes start to bend and move and twist and regain kind of their own sort of life, but as soon as they step onto the grass field that was created, it kind of just decays all of the greenery, turning back to its black former shape. As the divine emissary continues to speak,
"A war for the sake of creation would ensue that would last 1,000 years, before finally, through the help of the Creator's greatest invention, the greatest creation, the primordial human, would they turn the tide of battle and defeat the demonic hordes."
And here you can see that the fog kind of shapes into these large-scale armies of what seem to be like humanoid beings clad in armor, swords, spears, all type of weaponry, but accompanying large beasts that you have seen in ancient myths and tales told all around. Reptilian creatures with wings spanning behind them, some of them with 4 sets of wings. Large towering constructs made out of pure rock. Other elemental beings only made out of fire, water, or wind that kind of rush into the aid of these primordial humans, engaging in a conflict of these twisted beings of dark, blighted material. And you can see this war kind of clashing together, and as one human falls and 1,000 others, you can see that there are these kind of fey-looking creatures with long ears, kind of brings them up to bite as perpetual war wages on. And slowly but surely you can see that the mark of where the humans stand with the bright four lights behind them kind of slowly take over the dead black landscape, and with it in their wake you can see the vast world now starting to gain more life and color, quite literally, as the black landscape turns greener, the ocean bluer, the sky with clouds and sunlight now illuminating a place that you would now refer to as your home, as the divine emissary then continues to speak.
Those years were hard, and scars were left across the face of the planet. As such, to forget the tragedy of the war of creation and celebrate our victory, the creators would usher in the age of creation, dedicated to build and create a world we could call home, a place we could reside in peacefully. And that we did. The creators would also lend the primordial humans their powers, igniting the first flame, giving them access to the Tree of Power, allowing them to build their own kingdoms as well. Through rekindling, which happened every 1,000 years, would the creators return to Chaldeus to reignite the flame, to ensure that the primordial humans have access to the Tree of Power. The humanic pantheon, as well as chosen scions, were elected to guide the primordial humans in their new life, to ensure that peace may reign across Chaldeus for eternity.
There you can see on this new beautiful landscape painted in picturesque form, large Alps with snowy tips, large fields with farms that are being built and grown with all types of vegetables and fruits that are being kind of harvested by the local farmers, cities being constructed without wars because there was no need for any wars or protection, and kingdoms sprang out of the earth as, with the help of the science and the humanic pantheons, miracles appeared and allowed humans who were significantly weaker physically and magically, but with the aid of the science and humanic gods, they were able to create large, incredible structures that where even the greatest of Holy Lichnius churches pales in comparison to what these divine constructs are. However, you would then later see that the sky suddenly turns into a more deeper reddish tone and hint, now turning into more of a landscape reminding you of what hell looked like. Flames start to burn the crops and the kingdoms starting to erect walls all of a sudden with this new change, and you hear once again the divine emissary speak.
And peace would reign for a long time, until only through the ill will of humanity's first sinners was this peace broken. Guided by a demonic serpent that survived the war, humans chose to side themselves with that which lives only to destroy. A demon. They would curse their own blood to invoke themselves with the strengths of demonkind, to wage war with the creators, abandoning the peace that the creators brought them, and instead choose a path of annihilation.
And there you can see once again in a different tone a war spring now not between demonkind and humans, that there are now humans facing other humans, but you can also see, similar to before, large constructs but that have been seemingly corrupted in a kind of reddish kind of goo that is then fighting a dragon that is kind of attacking a castle, and just this landscape chaos of utter war fills the entire landscape where blood is shed, and the chaos. Very much reminds you of the kind of chaos you witnessed when you were in Zunanir when the castle was attacked by a demon. Just pure panic arising everywhere. And the voice continues to say, "And so the war of the first sin began, and a bloody one it was. But no matter the struggle of the sinners, who ignorantly tried to steal the power of the creators for themselves, through the combined might of the creators, and the crafting of the 6 spears of Nephasius, and the 7 daggers of Celis, would the 7 sinners be stopped and sealed away to end their reign of terror." Here you can see how in the midst of this war, the 4, once again, beaming lights kind of coming together, and then appearing above and below them, 6 spears, all crudely and weirdly shaped, and beneath them, similar daggers, also in a odd shape, kind of then piercing 7 other individuals. As he then continues to speak, "Millions died in this tragic war, and to prevent this from happening again, humanity was marked with the seal of the creators, to prevent them from further causing harm to the world and themselves. And thus, Chaldean kind, your kind, was born, each different through the mark that they have inherited from their respective creator. A new life would be birthed." And there you can see as one of the lights kind of touches some of the primordial humans, they start to grow long ears, long flowing pale hair, as they start to resemble the shape of an elf, as a other one kind of goes down and touches the primordial humans. They kind of shrink in size, become stubbier legs and arms as they take the form of a halfling, and another one turns into a gnome, other one turns into a dwarf. As through the influence that the creators now put onto the primordial humans, they changed shape towards the races you now know. However, their light has been fading, and ultimately the creators would disappear. The ties to the divine realms were somehow severed through the destruction of the pale moon. And now your world is left in chaos. Chaos in the absence of light that once guided you. And so I have sympathy for you. But you must find your way back to the light if you wish to prevent further chaos from spreading. And there you can see that the fog kind of diminishes back again. Its ribbons kind of float back down towards its original state. And slowly but surely, the fog kind of returns to more of an idle pushing towards the invisible barrier.
A lot of that tracks with what I've found so far. My people were told to look for Ferris. Is this the light that you're speaking of? The divine light?
This is the divine light.
I'm speechless, but also strangely comforted? I feel like this only reinforces our mutual goal of making light of the past to make sure that it doesn't repeat itself.
Exactly. Honestly, it's quite a tall order, but as long as we remember, as long as we try, I think that's all we can do. I guess, Mr. Emissary, you're here as a guide, so guide us. What can you tell us about where we can find the light? What can you tell us about the pale moon that disappeared?
The kiln of the first flame lies at the center of your world. There used to be a bridge at that point that illuminated the night sky. A bright white moon that was a gateway towards the divine realms. The pillars of creation, domains of the creators. However, as stated, this divine gateway, the pale moon, somehow, through means we do not understand, has been destroyed. Thusly, the bridgeway towards the pillars of creation have been severed, and since then the creators have not been seen. And as such, the rekindling could not take place anymore. And with that, the tree of power from which you lend your power from has been slowly fading away. And it has been for the last 8,000 years.
So 8,000 years ago was the last time it was rekindled.
No. 8,000 years ago is when the moon was destroyed.
I guess I was gonna bring that up eventually. Surprise everyone. The moon we see in the sky is actually an illusion.
She go Patrick say, what?
Yeah, I didn't want to tell anyone because it's kind of wild.
I, for one, am not surprised. I have been seeing the light fading. I now understand that the illusion is slowly fading away. The illusion is not standing the test of time.
Alright. So the moon is an illusion.
Yes.
I guess I just gotta Take that as it is then, alright?
So we need to figure out how to either rebuild a gateway that has been destroyed, or create a new one, or find one that exists and nobody knows about it. Oh boy.
These tasks are beyond the hands of mortal kind. I would not ask such a thing of the 7 of you who have just come upon me. It is unreasonable to expect such a high demand of a thing that only the creators have done before. No, I guide you in that you understand what the creators have built and what now has been lost. Your goal, if you are to have one, is to bring your people back together. For there is a more immediate threat, as you have mentioned. People pretending to be the faith. People talking in the name of the light, while speaking false prophecies.
Yes.
You must.
And to that point, demons. It sounds like only together can we keep our land safe from them. Apart, fighting each other, we just fuel them with our blood. We need to bring people together again.
Demons were banished during the War of Creation. We created a separate realm in which they were to be sealed for all eternity. And up until the Divine Severance, which is time when the moon got destroyed, there were no demons left, other than the one that seemingly survived the war, the Dark Serpent. The demons created through the ill blood magic used by the first sinners are very much different than the normal demons birthed by the blight of annihilation. However, after the Divine Severance, a surge in demonic presence, even in the absence of the first sinners, has started to occur. And I feel a fading, a large mass fading of life, occurring every 1,000 years. A sort of awakening.
And I suppose we're near that 1,000-year surge.
No. It has been over 1,000 years since the last awakening. It has been... I have to remind myself. Almost 2,000 years now.
So I've been talking to Tempestus. From what I can tell, they were on the side of the creators. Can they be trusted?
I have no direct connection to the science left on your world. Tempestus is one of the 7 draconic scions that ruled over Iliana's continent of dragonkind. And indeed, during the war, they sided with the creators, for otherwise they would be kept here.
As a sinner, right? Well, they seem to be aware that a threat is coming quite soon. Should we be allying ourselves with them?
A lot of time has passed, and though scions are there to also guide Chaldean kind. However, after the divine severance and the loss of the creators, other influences might have changed their mind. You must trust your own judgment, whether they can still be trusted, and have the greater faith in mind.
Very well. I guess should we get down to business, or does anyone else have questions? Ezreal, did you want to ask about who you follow?
I have all of the answers that I would need right now that are not going to cloud my judgment or my faith more.
Okay.
I needed reassurance that I was on the right path. And I believe now more than ever that I am.
Glad to hear. So, we need to deal with Calyx and those that are worshipping him and making a order around him. We were told by someone calling themselves the First Lightbringer to come here because the Spear of Avernus is a tool that can be used, or a fraction of it can be.
Yes. It seems as though the spear has called you here. If it is true that the spear is required in your ventures, then you will gain it.
But isn't it being used against Eve?
The spears of Nephasius aren't weapons. They are beyond understanding. Created by the creators themselves, they hold something that is beyond power. They have a will. They are absolute, and their existence is beyond fate. If you are meant to take a fraction or a fragment of the spear, then so you will. And if not, then you won't.
Guess that makes sense. Well, but I think what we would love to do is, go back home. We have things to do.
Yes, indeed you do. The spear will decide what the next step of your venture will be.
But you're the guide. Where to?
You can see it kind of lift back up towards the air. As it does so, you just hear,
May you keep your faith towards the divine.
as it disappears. And as you see that the kind of fog starts to kind of come back in, but instead of completely enclosing you, it kind of creates this way. Jesus Christ, nice word. Creates this fogless path in a straight line, which you still can't see the end of. However, it almost seems like kind of like how Moses parts the ocean. It's more like that it parts the fog, which creates a straight line towards an unseen goal yet.
Well, Isorel's going to extend her hand towards Fiera and then turn around to Eirik. Let's do this then. And then she's gonna turn around to Jade and be like, are you joining us?
I've been with you this long, haven't I?
I wouldn't expect less of you. And then she's gonna turn around to the other three. Are you still with us?
Can we repeat what she says? Let's fucking do this.
Let's go home, guys.
Don't say that.
And I presume
Step by step, yep,
Mhm.
going forward.
you walk and walk forward. And as you do so, once again, kind of going in between the fog that walls you, you can see that the fog occasionally still changes, and you can see just very slight glimpses of what the divine emissary has shown you, kind of like a slideshow view as you're walking through it once again, to kind of seems like remind you of what has happened as you first see the barren scraped landscape with dead demons, the foul lights that appear, try to bring life, a war ensues, all the humans get created. Peace lasts for many, many years, that then get disrupted by the first sinners, after which another war ensues, which then gets stopped through the creation of the 6 spears and 7 daggers, and lastly, the pale moon that gets destroyed, and chaos once again starting to erupt within your world. As you follow it, it takes a while. Probably like you're walking for 15 minutes. And after these 15 minutes, you start to see the end of the hallway. A wall, similar Gothic architecture, goes all the way up to the sky. You don't even see the ceiling. And there you can see another golden door. A bit larger than the one you came through. That has once again kind of the hierarchy structure of the pantheon inscribed on it, with the icons, quote unquote, or their names written on top of it. But difference is, in the middle you can see like a coin that has kind of a similar glyph written on it. And Fiera, since you're astute, you can see that the icon or the language written on it kind of just says creator, with a coin in the middle of the door where the kind of slit of the door kind of goes through, and you arrive at this door.
Strange emblem put on here, but it says creator, but I assume we're not going to meet one. That would be wild.
Also, wouldn't be surprised at this point.
This is... I mean, nothing is going to surprise me anymore.
I think that's a good attitude. And I'll put my hand right on the emblem. Just push.
Kind of push, but it doesn't.
Pull.
You pull at where it says creator. Okay, and then you kind of pull out the kind of, it's like a coin that you take out.
Oh, okay.
And now you have a coin with the kind of divine language of where it says creator on. And you can add to your inventory a divine token.
My goodness.
Boy.
Why not?
Some weird items tonight.
Or token of divine guidance is the name of the item.
Sure. Yeah.
And here they say they won't be surprised anymore. Gotcha.
It was a pull. It wasn't a push, guys. God dang it.
Is there anything underneath where the token was?
Just seems to be like the vacant space. It's still like the icon is still like kind of engraved inside of the empty space of the door. And as soon as you kind of grab it, the door kind of very smoothly opens up, and the rest of the fog kind of diminishes behind you, creating now a bubble around the door, kind of leaving you there at the entrance. And you can see just a staircase that leads upwards.
Oh, I hope these are like the other ones.
Yeah, regular stairs or giant stairs?
Regular stairs.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Okay, let's get that thigh workout into, I guess, calf workout.
Yeah, I mean, probably got a lot of work to do once you get back. Well, actually, anyways, you can see she's kind of like, start walking up the stairs. Tenaria seems to be a bit more hesitant. She's like, no, again. She can heavily
Isorel.
yeah.
Isorel is going to wild shape into like a cheetah or like some sort of fast cat and be like, fuck this shit.
I mean, heck. Okay,
Well,
I
that's
will
not
cast-
fair.
I'm gonna cast fly and just boom.
And
That's
Skyrocket.
also not fair.
wait, Tenaria's like, yeah, that's a great
Yeah.
idea. Also cast fly on itself, and it starts to fly up.
I mean, if I'm a big enough cat, I could probably scoop up Eirik. I don't know how much I can carry as a big cat. Hold on.
Like a leopard.
Let me see. Let me see.
I think leopards are strong.
Yeah, but I think they don't have the mass to actually carry something.
Yeah,
because
that's the
they're
thing,
very
right? No, I have a better idea. I'm not gonna become a big cat. I'm going to be a riding horse.
I was about to say this. Like, I think
The actual purposeful animal.
Yes, I will
Whoa.
be
Whoa.
a riding horse, and I'll just signal to my two friends that don't have anything to help them to hop on.
Because I saw that my people were just leaving me, I just summoned my friend.
Oh, yeah, you
my,
have your
my
mom.
friend
Yeah.
Steed.
Yep.
Yep.
So every time I like hit cast, it shows it. I don't know. But
I mean, it's good. A quick reminder of what the spell can do. Yeah, so everyone has a way to quickly go up, except for Veltrix and Goran. The both of them are like,
Oops.
well, fucking sucks to not be able to cast any magic, I guess. And they're just like, at least we'll get a nice workout. And they start slowly trudging behind all of you while you all dash with incredible speed up the stairway. It's kind of like fairy tale-y seeing a horse just quickly go up a staircase in the
Divine staircase.
divine staircase in the first layer of hell, going towards a divine spear that is beyond understanding. I mean, heck fucking yeah, as the Fate Weavers start to make their way up these precious stairs, and then behind them trudging along Tenaria, kind of in fleet foot with Fiera at least, and much way further behind Veltrix and Goran, who don't even make the effort to try and run. And the staircase, as you might have expected, seems to be going quite high. To the point where probably Fiera, you might have to cast fly again. That's how high the stairs is. Horse is doing fine. Like, you have like several hours, right?
3 hours.
Yeah, 3 hours, which you can kind of gallop up. Would you cast fly again, Fiera?
Yes.
Okay, very nice.
Especially with how high it is.
Yeah, and continuing upwards, where you somewhat like estimate you're climbing around 5 miles of stairs. As you're going up and up and up and up and up and up. But
That
finally,
would have taken me all day to walk.
yeah, what do you...
Listen, that is what I walk in a day at work.
Yeah, some people do have to make a heavy leg workout, and that is definitely for Veltrix and Goran. As finally, after however long time that would spend for a horse to gallop up and for fly to also make its way up, you would finally see light. Still the kind of somewhat red light of the hell landscape kind of reappear as you make your way
out of the staircase. And as you exit, the first thing you see is that you come atop of what seems to be a mountainscape. And as you kind of all trudge out, kind of look around, obviously behind you from the staircase itself, you can see what seems to be like the top of the wall. And kind of several miles away, standing not eye level, but kind of similar to your height, are two extremely ginormous statues that kind of just rise up to the sky, which you have seen before when you kind of entered the gate itself. But in front of you, there is just this, literally, it looks like you're on top of a mountain and looking at a mountainscape. But more evidently and probably more eye-catching towards you, what you see is lying in this mountainscape. And these mountains are, it's probably similar height as you, like you walked 5 miles up, so you're about like 5 miles above ground. And you can see a few mountains that are a bit taller than the mountains that you are on, which were the mountain peaks you saw while you were still, traversing the Hell landscape. But lying in between them, it almost looks like, at first, it has like a shape of a lying human, before you realize it literally is a ginormous female body that is lying in this mountainscape. And now that you kind of look at the mountains that have appeared here, it looks more like through the crash of this ginormous humanoid shape that kind of created these mountains that kind of surrounded her and pierced up, almost like claws kind of grabbing her from the ground and piercing her chest. Seeing what you have seen the first time you went here to Hell, an infinitely long, what you could consider a spear that just goes up into the sky through the clouds, and you can see a few of the clouds kind of swirling around it, lying here. And you still are, you're looking at this macro scale of this landscape, and from your perspective, the body itself would still be several miles away from where you are, which you would have to trudge to try and get to her.
Well, hello, Eve. I mean, nay. Nay.
Woof, woof.
I'm a horse. I don't speak.
I know my steed is laughing, and he goes, ruff ruff, or woof woof.
I guess Gus does that.
Okay, is there like an obvious path, like
Nope, you
to
just
get there?
you just appeared at a mountainscape, and there's this large lying body in front of you.
Isarel is going to turn around and look towards the stairs to make sure that the other two friends that are struggling are coming up, and just going to refuse to go forward until she sees them walk up the stairs.
Yeah, probably like half an hour later or so, or maybe even an entire hour. They do manage to come out, and they're sweating their balls off. They're like, holy, oh yeah, I think I saw one of the creators on my way up here. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What have been the toughest thing we have experienced in all of Hell this last month? Fucking hell. Yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, I'm a holy person now for sure. And they'll just kind of lie down flat on the ground, half dead, just from walking up 5 miles of stairs.
Yeah.
That has to make for serious legs.
Yeah, once you recover, Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And you just lie there.
Okay. So the question is, can the spear hear us from here? We were told it's sentient, so to speak to it, I assume.
Nay.
who has who has who has a good set of lungs? Anyone? Want to just yell out hello at the spear?
I mean, I can yell out. I'm sure I can be loud.
Go ahead and try.
Let me see. It is verbal. Good. I'm going to cast Thaumaturgy, so you just hear the horse go, "Nay," and it's going to enhance Jade's voice.
Can you cast through while you're wild shaped?
I mean,
Yeah,
the
they
only
can.
thing is it's verbal, so I need to make a noise.
Okay,
I think
so
they can.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
so
as long-
there's no like, it's not somatic, it's not like there's no material or anything. So as long as I can make noise, I can still cast it.
Okay.
Oh, it says according to the wild shape text, you cannot cast spells while in
Oh.
wild shape.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I thought.
Never mind. I don't do that then. I just neigh.
Yeah, you can't cast spells, and your abilities to speak or take any action that require hands is limited to the capabilities of your beast.
Oh, at level 18 you can though.
I'm pretty sure we're not there
how
yet.
far-
Almost there.
How far
I
away
mean-
are we from where I'm trying to amplify my
Miles.
voice to?
Miles, literal miles.
Okay, well, either way, in 30 feet in front of me, I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion, but I can create a sound. The volume can range from a whisper to a scream.
Yep.
And it's literally just gonna be my voice saying, "Hello, can you hear me?"
Okay. Shout out. Hello, can you hear me? And then it kind of echoes out, and actual echoes. Some of them kind of, hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Wait for a second. A minute passes.
So we have to go to the body. Phew. Honestly, talking to Eve sounds terrifying. Even with that giant spear in her. I didn't expect her to be this big.
You've done pretty good so far. I'll give you that much.
Well, next step, let's find a way down. Closer to the spear, the better.
Yeah. And kind of Tanaka comes towards you and says, you see, she can speak.
We just spoke with a golden thing. So surely that's gonna speak too.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they probably like make it so she can't speak, otherwise.
Maybe. So they put. I don't know if you all know what Tiamat is. They put this dragon in a slumber for all. For like all of eternity. So maybe she's in a slumber, but also the tree that we've talked a lot of strange things here. The tree that we talked to was awake. So anything could happen.
Alright. I'm just worried that the sound of something this big alone would kill us.
You know, I wasn't worried
Nay.
about that until you said it.
I mean,
Okay, you have a point.
I'm pretty sure a voice of something her size is alone can make an earthquake.
Nay.
I'm glad the horse is agreeing with me.
I mean, I could try sending the spear a message. Not sure what I would say.
The horse looks doubtful.
Oh man!
Whew! Man, getting owned here.
That hurt.
Oh, sass from the horse.
Can we believe it?
Let's get within 1 mile and see what happens.
Okay. Should we maybe prepare like our
You
spells?
think we have to fight, Eve?
Well, no, not fight, but maybe you have, maybe I have some spells that can help us climb or descend the mountains a little bit better.
Nay.
That might actually help us.
I don't, but if you all do, that'd be
Nay.
great.
Well, I'm once again glad that the horse agrees with me. It feels kind of strange having a horse do that, but you know what? I'll take the compliments.
You'll get
At
used
this-
to it.
At this point, Isara would probably just like trying to shimmy Eirik off her back and go back to her elf form. Goodness. Yeah, if we can take a little bit of a breather for like 4 hours, I could get some stuff ready to perhaps help us.
How far can I fly in 10 minutes is the question.
Ooh, that's some.
120 feet around, that's 6 seconds, so let's see here. So that's 20 feet a second if we go full speed. And how much is a mile in feet? Is 500 around. Times 10 times 6. Oof.
Not very far.
Not very far. Wow.
Really, how far?
Only like a quarter,
Of a mile?
unless I did the math wrong.
That sounds about right.
20 feet a second. Yeah, times 10 times. Oh, times 10 again. Oops.
It should be pretty far.
10 times 10. No, okay, I did that math wrong.
Yeah,
I can go almost 2 miles, about 2 miles with fly.
yeah.
But that's, oh my god, if I cast on everybody,
That's gonna
that's a
wipe
lot of
out.
spell slots. Yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna wipe out all of your spell slots.
Which is probably a bad idea.
Yeah, probably.
It's never a good idea to get in a weird situation without.
Well, you're not the only one that casts fly here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can at
Well, I
least.
can only cast it on 3. And then 3 again. So, I mean, we could cut the journey in half.
Yeah, probably at least get to the bottom of the mountains, or maybe save it till we can get. Maybe like, okay. My question is, if we get down, how are we supposed to get back up again?
Well, we're
Well, I mean-
hoping that the spear
Right.
does something. And
We
just
do
like
need to get home, not back to the top of the mountain.
Yeah. And he kind of just points to the spear, and you can look at the landscape again. So what it looks like is, you are looking from the perspective, and she's lying on her back, by the way, which I should have mentioned.
Mhm.
And you are around where her thighs would be as the closest point. And, you know, the mountains kind of drop down, and then it comes to her body, and it goes all the way back. And then the spear is what seems to be like piercing her heart. Actually, you can all make a perception check. Since you're looking.
Let's perceive.
Perceive.
I perceive.
Oh, that's a pretty good. Dang,
Oh.
Jane was a
Damn.
natural 20.
Jade perceives.
Checking
I
out
almost rolled a nat
Eve.
22.
Almost, but turned into an 8. Yeah, you look, and you can see once again the spear piercing the place of where her heart would be. You can also see, like, it kind of also goes through her breasts, and you can see her wound, like blood flowing out of it to the side, going to the ground, where you can see where it creates the river that you know as the River of Styx, that then kind of leads to a portion of the wall that then gets covered by some of the mountains. Not necessarily, like, there's like a waterfall of blood from her open wound that is kind of falling all the way apart, but there's no point where you would be able to reach the spear when you are at the bottom of her.
We'd have to climb
Portion.
on top of her.
You have to climb on top of
too.
her. Yeah, it seems like that's the only accessible point. Yeah, but with natural training, what I would say is, if you were to climb it, like, there's a mountain ridgescape that kind of goes close to where her knees are, where it would be kind of the easiest access point to kind of climb from there up to her knees, or at least the distance isn't as long as going all the way down the mountains and then trying to figure a way to climb up to her. So Jade, you definitely see the most optimal logistical way to kind of get on top of her body without having to climb down the mountains and then up of her body again is to kind of follow this ridge of mountains that leads quite close to where her knees are, and then try and find a way how you can get from this ridge onto her knees, and then the rest you would have to travel on top of her body.
I would point that out to my party and be like, this is the way.
As long as she doesn't move.
I mean, as long as she doesn't do anything. I think if she Yeah.
I mean, the way she's being held, can she?
Yeah,
Is
you
it-
would think something this big, if there was any ability to do anything, she'd be doing it.
Is she breathing? Do we see like her chest go up and down?
It doesn't seem like she's breathing. You definitely feel that you would feel something of this
Oh,
size.
it's
It would like literally move the earth. You have the feeling that it's that big.
What about like her skin? Is it like, you know, is it healthy or is it like a dead person's? Is it wrinkled? Does she look old?
Was 19? It seems like very soft. Like from your perspective, to illustrate this picture a little bit better, taking away the mountains. If the mountains weren't there and we just look at a picture of it, she looks like a normal human woman lying there. Completely normal human. But with a very pale skin tone, very smooth. There are no like cracks, scars, or anything on top of her skin. Other than, you know, that the kind of reddish light gives them more of this reddish hue, but, you know, kind of light adjustment with your eyes, you can recognize that her actual skin tone would be kind of a pale color right now. And actually, what I forgot to mention is Jade on the very other side where her head would be, which you can't see from where you are. You can see very distinguishably three points that kind of come out from the other side that at best you first thought were like mountain things, but you can see that the texture is different, and instead it looks like ginormous horns instead that kind of just curl around there.
He's a freaking demon.
Um, Okay.
Hey, guys. There's
Oh.
horns.
Not what I expected.
I mean,
So maybe we don't want to get too close to her.
Hmm.
Like,
Do we really want to disturb her?
Ideally not.
definitely not.
but I mean, would she even notice that? Like, we are so small in comparison to her. I mean,
Which means she can squish us with like her thumb or something.
Do you want to go first and be the test subject?
you know, a good argument.
Okay, let's take the cautious approach. I'm gonna save my spells for now. Let's just get closer to the knee. And to a point where we can maybe just fly up to the spear.
So, are we going to go on top of her?
Not yet. Like, let's... At that part of the ridge where it's kind of closest, where you might climb, we'll kind of go there
Right?
and just get a better idea of what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I like that idea a lot better. Yes.
Alright. Okay. A bit of climbing. Maybe we, for Goran and me, we can take first a little bit of a break, you know? Our legs are quite tired.
Well, if we want to go right now and not waste any time, I can turn back into a horse and you can rest while I do the walking for you.
Sounds quite smart. I don't know if you see, it kind of points towards like the extremely rocky and uneven landscape. Is this a safe terrain for a horse to walk on?
Oh, can you turn into a giant goat? Like a mountain goat?
Let me look my handy dandy little book of animals I've seen in my life. Yes, I can. I can turn into a giant goat.
Well, I guess that sounds quite appealing, actually. Well, might a bit of a good ride.
Alright, sounds like a plan.
So this way, you can rest, and we don't need to spend any more time than we need to here.
Alright.
Well then. And I wild shape into a giant goat.
Bah.
You know, we
Yep.
really need to find a way to communicate with her when she's in these forms.
Yeah, I don't...
Bah.
Hmm.
How have you guys done this before?
Telepathy,
Bah.
which we can't do anymore. She could nod.
Mm-hmm.
We just need to speak with animals somewhere and learn that.
Bah.
I know you have speak with animals.
We'll work out.
We have to learn it from her next time she's not an animal. We'll learn it from Isorel, and then we can... Yeah.
Good plan.
Okay, so you then start to travel, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully.
I would like to be in front of the group so that I can find the safest passage for my friends that are not goats.
The
What a sentence.
non-goat safe passageway.
Yes.
Yeah. And that will come in form of a skill challenge. This is still a rocky landscape. You have a goal. It's not the easiest. Definitely not a difficult one. It won't be. It would be significantly easier than everything you have done before. However, a challenge is still a challenge. So you have to tell me what skills you use to successfully get to the ridge you want to go.
Okay.
I want to use survival with my knowledge of the ravine and being difficult area all the time. I want to take that knowledge and use it and apply it to this to survive and get my people where we need to go.
Yeah, can definitely do that. Then make a survival check. That is a 15. Yeah, so you kind of start your venture off, kind of the goat leading the way, and Jade, you just kind of use your knowledge of kind of rocky terrain, which is true. Though this is kind of reversed, where you were like in a ravine, which is beneath the ground, now you're on top of the ground. However, many of the principles remain the same, which is, you know, kind of looking at ridges, the structures, always testing them before you place your entire weight on them. Always have at least 3 points of contact in case anything does break. You can catch yourself. And you can see that these ridges oftentimes have very narrow paths, and to the left and to the right there are long drops all the way to the ground where you could fall several hundred feet. And plus the sharp rock, even if you were to kind of catch the edges of stuff, you would easily get injured and cut quite easily. And so you manage to, for the first part of this journey, safely kind of advise and mentor the group how to kind of cross this terrain safely without injuring yourself or putting yourself at unnecessary risk. And you, with a steady pace, kind of make the first 3 miles towards the ridge. So that is one success.
As a goat, I would like... I would like to use... It's gonna sound weird. I would like to use nature to use my hoofs to kind of feel like, okay, this is softer, this is harder, so they should, like, my friends should land here instead of this spot, so that there's less chances of them tumbling down or falling or hurting themselves, and just kind of trying to, with Jade's guidance, then use that guidance to kind of find the safer landing spots for human feet versus my goat hooves.
You know what? I will allow that.
Okay.
Very extravagant way of saying that, but that makes sense. Also,
It was
15.
almost a 19. It was almost a 19.
Yeah, you continue onward, starting to follow the kind of goat's path as she tests the ground of where Jade points out to, kind of getting a gist of how the natural terrain is working and recognizing spots that can, you know, carry your weight. Especially if a goat with 2 decently heavy human beings can support the weight, then definitely a single human being will be able to step on this part safely without having to worry of it breaking. And so with that new acquired knowledge, you continue onwards until the point where 3 hours have passed and you revert to your normal form once again. And your next part of the journey has to continue. However, you're getting significantly closer, and there's only this last stretch where it seems like a heavy incline that you now have to climb up to, where the ridge also once again seems to be extremely steep, but also thin, with not many footholds or handholds that would allow safer passage as the route did before. So how do you wish to tackle this?
How high up does it seem like we have to go here?
It's more like a very steep curve that goes for a long while. So it's not necessarily that you have to climb with your hands. It's more like an incline of like maybe 1 to 2 miles that goes probably like 600 feet up. So 1 mile, 600 feet up, kind of ever city. And then there's some portions where it kind of spikes quite heavily and then kind of goes down.
Oh boy, we don't have any climbing things.
Nope, not me. I have yarn.
Rope.
I have rope and
I have a hammer. Does anybody have like anything we can hammer into this thing? Or like
See,
footholds?
the problem with that is you hammer it in, and then it's used. We're gonna have to pull it out again to go up
Yeah.
another 5 feet to use it again.
I don't think we have 600 pins.
Hey, I'm just throwing out ideas here. Okay,
No, it's fine.
trying to be helpful.
We do have
I
a pickaxe.
A what?
Okay, I have an idea. So I'll get my pickaxe out of your bag of holding that I have you hold for me.
Oh yeah.
Gorin. It's Gorin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about you be my assistant? And I hand him the pickaxe.
Make a persuasion check.
Guidance.
I need it. 14 plus D4. Yep. Ooh, got the 18.
Looks at you.
Fine.
Begrudgingly takes the pickaxe.
So we can do this one of two ways. Me and you will lead the way, and I'll kind of point out areas to pick a hole for us to make it easier to climb or to get rid of, some nasty snipe or spiky bits. Or I can just cheer you on as you kind of make a way yourself.
I'm expecting there will be a lot of cheering on and not a lot of helping.
I may give you advice where to hit.
Just Bellatrix.
Come on, lad. I mean, it's where everyone was fucking there. Just talk to a fucking divine thing. Chip a couple of rocks. Fine. But then,
Oh, and remember, I have a shower you can use afterward.
fair point.
And then he kind of takes the pickaxe and then starts to go there and will attempt to create safe spaces with the pickaxe so you guys can traverse it. So I will make him basically just doing athletics check. Since that is his thing. Let me open his character sheet. Quite strong guy. See, does he have any athletics? Oh yes, he has a +10.
Oh, jeez.
You picked the right person.
you definitely picked
I mean,
the correct person.
He's a brute. That's literally his whole thing. And I rolled a 16, so that's a 26.
Oh.
So that is definitely a success. And he just starts hammering in. Like he only needs one swing of this thing, to just kind of create a extremely deep dent inside of the side, which you can then just kind of use to either put your foot or your hands as you start to climb. And you realize like it's kind of pointless to try and balance on this ridge, because at some point it just gets so thin where it's like almost impossible to kind of balance on it. It's like trying to go on like a rope trick. So instead you kind of advise them to just create like handholds at the side of it, so you can kind of shimmy your way the side of this ridge instead of trying to balance your way on top of it, where it's still risky to fall down. However, it's creating these very strong and deep handholds. Even the weaker ones of your group can with enough strength, even your weak hands that have a very good hold can hold your own weight without risking of falling. And he does do it successfully, especially because he has to climb with one hand, since the other one is using the pickaxe. But still, with his incredible strength, he only needs this one arm to kind of hold himself and then create the next handhold that you can progressively use to shimmy your way slowly but surely up the ridge. It is still exhausting as fuck. Like, he's doing his best job, and you realize this would have been way more difficult if you didn't have these handholds. So after about, like, I would say a good 2 hours of shimmying your way and sometimes taking a break, where there's some ledges where you can sit down. There's enough space to sit down, so it's not like a continuous 2 hours of just climbing. That would be probably impossible for Fiera and Isorel. But with breaks in between 2 hours, you kind of get to the ledge of this kind of ridge that is the closest point towards the knee. And now you can see, as you get to this point, and you have been seeing through the entirety of this journey, that you've been getting closer and closer, this large knee. The first thing is, it's kind of interesting and incredible at the same time to look at the human body from this close, I guess, since you're so small. This is how you imagine probably a fly looks at your knee when it flies by. The only difference is a fly wouldn't die if you flick it. You would in this situation. And even from this distance, you can kind of even see like the pores of the body, since they're like almost, like for your size, are like large divots inside of his skin where you could probably just fall into, is how big the pores are, which hard to imagine when you look at your own skin. You can barely see them. However, if scaled up to the size of an entire Alp landscape, they do become a bit bigger. You're still a distance away from the closest point of her knee, but instead of being literal 25 miles or so, it seems to be a more realistic, it's now kind of like maybe 1.5 to 2 miles away.
Okay. Is Eve moving at all?
You would think any movement, even the most minuscule movement, you would have noticed. So you're quite confident.
Yeah.
Nothing's moving yet.
Oh boy.
From this vantage point, do we have a better view of where the spear is actually going into her?
You can make another perception check. 16. You have ventured further away from the spear itself, since you're going closer to the knee now, and you were kind of next to the hip bone, so you're actually quite a bit further away. But yeah, you're kind of getting like a better angle, and since you only had like the side angle to look at, now you have kind of the back angle to look at. You are pretty confident that it most likely is piercing her heart. That's the portion of the chest where the spear is going through. So yeah, your best guess, unless the spear, the angle, or just right before the heart just makes a sudden shift, or is, like a what's it called? like a fork and just kind of forks out. If it's a straight spear, it should be going through her heart.
Looking around that area, is there any evidence of maybe parts of the spear have broken off? Like, is there any like debris around the pierced location?
From your vantage point where you are now, you unfortunately aren't able to see like on top of it, and plus her left breast where she's pierced through is kind of blocking the view of the puncture point, so you are not able to see if there are like kind of, you know, fragments that have been splintered off.
Well, I tried, guys.
I mean, I think there's only one way forward. As strange as that will be. I guess onto her boot.
Onward.
Boot, we're at the knee.
At the knee. Right. How do we get up on the knee? Oof. I guess one of us could taxi up and down with fly.
Yeah, I can make 2 people fly at the same time. Oh wait, 3 including myself.
So the idea is we're just gonna fly over, land on her, and start walking on her. I don't have a better idea. I just want to get a sense of what we're doing here.
I mean, I think we have to go on her at some point with the amount of people we have.
I don't think going on her is the answer here. However, I do think getting closer to the sphere may be an answer, or part of the answer, or perhaps if we try to talk to her from here instead of...
You want to talk to her knee?
I mean, her knee is still closer to her face than where we were back there.
You want me to try again?
What if she's sleeping?
I won't scream this time.
And we
I'll
like
just-
startle her.
I want to talk to her. I don't want to scare her.
I can whisper sweet things and, well, not whisper, but like speak
Okay.
at like this tone, maybe a little louder, and
Wait.
just encouragement that I'm not here to harm her.
Wait.
So that way, if we have to climb on her, we're not like insulting her.
No, again, I don't think like using.
I don't think we should climb on her. I'm just saying if we have to for some reason, like maybe just hey, you know, we're here. We don't mean you any harm. We just want the spear.
Sorel's going to think for a second, and then she's gonna like kind of look towards where she assumes like Eve's face would be.
Yeah.
And then kind of look back to the sphere.
I mean,
and then
that's kind of the same direction actually. Like the.
Okay, yeah. So yes, so she would like kind of look towards there and be like in a like I'm talking very loudly but I'm not screaming voice. She'd be like, I'm looking for a way to go home and trying to see if any of us is worthy of a piece of that thing going through the chest here.
Say that.
Yeah.
Echoes out a bit. Worthy of the thing here. Worthy of the thing here. there doesn't seem to be a response after a minute of silence. And just for visual guidance, I would just kind of draw it on here, since I have the luxury of doing that. So
yeah.
I think it's easy understandable how you are kind of navigating the space. So that is the head. Oops, I should have started here. I should have started here. This is kind of the body. These are the hips. These are the legs. The proportions are fucking wild, but you know, just bear with me. And then here are the... Yeah, nah, this ain't it.
We're like,
Just so that no.
so we're like somewhere here, basically, is what
Exactly.
you're saying, right?
And as a frame of reference, let's say this distance is about 50 miles.
Oh, boy.
God, she's huge.
Okay. Can I get within 100 feet of her?
Like I said, you are around here,
Like a mile away.
about a mile, so probably more like here. Like I'm telling you, she is gigantic. I cannot emphasize this enough.
Let's get up near her, and I can try to use message to see if she's awake. If she isn't, I say we just climb on her and get to the spear. If we really want to talk to her and she is unconscious, I have a spell that might be able to
No,
talk to her.
no.
Don't wake
I-
up an unconscious giant.
Yeah.
Demon.
No, yeah, please.
Do it.
Don't
Do it.
go into our fun dreams.
I'm just saying it's an option.
And
I
like,
did.
isn't she supposed to be like the Batwoman or something like that?
She's like the primordial, like most evil of the evils, according to everything that we are supposed to believe in. So,
Yeah,
like, yeah.
you know, first day at a job, I don't wanna, release the most famous evil thing that has ever existed in humankind's history.
Okay. So climb her to get to the spear or walk alongside her?
Walk alongside her.
Try not to touch her unless it's like really
Oh boy,
necessary.
that's a long walk. Okay. Let's go for a hike.
And then to illustrate, you are right now at the closest point that goes towards her, and the kind of mountain ridge is what I'm going to kind of draw right now. Goes kind of like this, which is a very thin line, I am realizing. Oops, I did not want that to happen.
What?
I love the panic things happening on the screen.
Oh, the others don't see it. Oh fuck, I should have. Excuse me. Here, oh, that looks so fucking funny. the divine emissary just being. So you were originally at. I would just put a token on there. Why am I making it more difficult? Let's take Eirik. Eirik.
Featured in this episode is
Eirik.
Spanner.
Who apparently isn't going on, please. Oh, there he is.
Oh my god, he's so small compared to the...
Oh my god.
Big picture.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, Eirik. I have to take someone with a better color because you literally just blend in. Who
That's true.
is, funnily enough, and sadly enough, it is. You know what? It has to be Arya. I'm sorry. She's the only one who has like bright colors.
And,
I love that she's like forever like a part of the campaign.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's just.
Oh
that's a-
my gosh.
Okay, so you're at the closest point right here. You were before here, around about where the hips were, as I said. and you kind of traveled all the way here.
So we've gone further than we should have.
Which, yeah, that's what I try to explain, which I know is a bit difficult to visualize. But now that ends, like the other part, any other part here, you would have to kind of climb down the mountain, and then you have the extremely tall hips of Eve itself. So there's like no direct path you could follow her, so you would have to take the mountain path to kind of get to her. And I guess I can also draw in the location of the spear, which can, I guess, help visualize. Where's the left chest? Right around here. Man, this is amazing. This is D&D, you guys.
I just love the...
We have to climb on top of her.
I love the
faster.
guide in the background just
It's just like
judging us.
yeah.
Okay, well, I can handle our group. Tnara, you can handle yours.
Yeah, I can take 2 people with me.
Lovely. I'll start casting fly, but upon right before it is finished, I'll use arcane ambience and freeze it in time, and toss it to Eirik.
Ah,
That's for you and Jade. And then I will cast fly again on me and Azrael. 2 4th level flies.
Okay, and you can see then that
So,
Tenaria then casts fly at 5th level, putting it on herself. Beatrix and Goran start to fly on. And she kind of says, well, I guess we have to make a rush for it. We don't have that much time.
yep, let's go.
And you'll start to wooze your way over it at a constant speed as fast as you can, trying to get there. Like I said, still pretty far away. It's like at the literal limit of your spell casting time, and so you kind of fly over it. And as you know, getting closer and closer to this enormous knee, which is hilarious to think about now that I'm actually saying it out loud. Flying towards it, and once again you can see more of her paws and kind of little things that you somewhat know exist on your own body, but never really truly realize, because you know, you don't really see your body this up close ever. It literally feels like you are in a biology movie at school where they kind of pretend to like kind of zoom in. Oh, what's that series?
Magic School
Magic School Bus. Vibes that
Yes!
just going there. Just that you're in hell and flying. Yeah, ever closer. However, there's one thing you do feel and notice, and all of you do feel that as you get closer and closer, the kind of air at a very certain point, it's like you break a wall where air resistance stops, and you're just kind of floating towards her. And it's very strange where your hair stops moving. You don't literally feel any air kind of hitting on your skin. You're still keeping your speed. When you stop, it stays the same. It's a very strange feeling, and as you kind of get closer and closer, it's almost like you are inside of a solid liquid. It's the best way I can describe it. Where you're stationary, as in when you are stationary in water, like you can feel water around you. Air you can't feel that much, but water you can feel around it. Stationary in the sense you're moving, however you aren't feeling anything pressed towards you. The best way you can imagine this is you are in a bathtub, completely submerged, but you are driving in a car. So you are moving forward, however the water is protecting you from feeling the air touching your skin, which means you feel something surrounding you, however everything on the outside isn't actually touching you. Very abstract feeling.
We're hydrophobic. That's...
Yeah, you're aerophobic, I guess.
Oh yeah.
I just have to say, I love the way that you described that because all I saw is just like a car plummet into water and just start driving like a submarine.
Yeah, Magic School Bus probably happened in one of the episodes there.
It did more than once.
And as you do so, there is, especially for you, Fiera, and for you, Eirik, since technically you casted the fly spell, Eirik, is you feel a bit of friction in the spell that you have casted. Almost as if you're holding onto it, and friction more in the sense of you're holding onto it and it's kind of slipping out of your hands several of times. And as you get closer and closer and closer and closer, and the time starts to time window decreases on which you can hold the spell, occasionally, which gives you a heart attack, is the spell just fades and you fall down and plummet several feet. However, it activates again when you concentrate hard enough. You start flying again. So I need you to make a Constitution saving throw as well as Fiera, and I will make one for Tenaria.
Want to guess what spell I don't have prepared today?
I'm gonna use a +5.
Okay.
Oh, 15.
I love how you both got the same thing.
Yeah. And you manage to hold concentration on your spell, even though occasionally it flips or slips, I should rather say, away. And you now realize there is literal turbulence here. Fiera and I, since both of your spellcasting modifiers are intelligence based, you can both make an intelligence check. Gonna see whether or not you can feel what is actually going on here.
Intelligence check.
That's Nate.
Oh my god, I had a theory, and apparently so did Fiera.
You have.
This isn't my spell, so I'm confused.
Yeah, you're confused. You're probably just panicking, like trying to hold your concentration, not trying to fall down, literal miles. And Fiera, what you notice is, or what it feels like is, you have seen the sky above the spear before, and I guess nice segue to kind of go to a other image where you have seen the spear up in the sky. The clouds kind of somewhat move around it, almost like a vortex at a certain height. And you also notice that around the Alps, you've been standing so high up this entire time, and you've seen the Alps free this entire time, even though most of the Hell landscape kind of gets covered in, soot ash and fog and the clouds themselves. However, the space seems to be clear for some reason. And you notice that these aren't clouds. This seems more like a nebula of arcane energy that has just taken literal visual form of the power coursing around here. And what you're feeling as turbulence is the parts that you can't see of the nebula that still exists, but probably is just weaker, so you can't see it, that is kind of coursing through here, creating this kind of maelstrom where magic is kind of just, being transported in a spiral. And sometimes you get caught in this spiral where your magic literally just gets ripped outside of your body and traverses down the spiral. However, you manage to kind of re-grab it every time you hold your concentration. Or, if you're more astute, you can kind of retake the magic from one of the magical energies spiraling around here. So you can see that surrounding her, and or more likely the spear, kind of magic is a bit weird and spirals around it in this odd vortex that also exists in the sky, as you have seen it before. But as you come to this realization and manage to keep your concentration as well as Tenaria, you do eventually, at the last seconds, literally, of your spells, land on top of the knee of Eve. Which is, I guess, where we're gonna take our actual break. Because I have to pee again, because I drank a lot. So yeah, I'm gonna see you in a quick second. I apologize, but a lot to digest, so take it in.
Literally.
Yeah. Yeah. See you in a bit. Bye. And we're back a second time. Hopefully in the next 1 hour I won't have to pee again. Anyways, you arrive on top of the knee of Eve, about 50 miles away from her face, maybe 40 miles away from her spear, and as you kind of touch ground on it, there's maybe like the expectation that it might be soft because skin is soft. However, as you land, it seems like brick hard as you kind of go down on it, and either it's literally made out of stone, or just because of the immense scale, whatever material it is made out of can't literally be soft, otherwise it wouldn't be able to hold this the immensity of her body size. The other thing you notice is this weird sensation of being submerged in a stationary liquid kind of increases, and you still are able to move your body normally, but it does feel a bit that your motions are restrained, similar to when you are dreaming and you want to punch someone and it just feels like extremely sluggish. There isn't like anything holding you back or physically restraining you. It doesn't feel like something is stopping you from moving faster. It's just this very odd sensation. And I'm talking specifically about the sensation because if you kind of move your arm, it's still the same speed. You don't have this feeling of, oh, you aren't, you know, reaching the velocity you normally would. But instead, there's just this presence that is kind of pushing onto you that you notice. What do you want to do now that you're on this knee? It's so funny to say.
So do we want to know if she's awake?
No. I want to grab the spear or the piece or see if anyone can and go home as quickly as possible and just... Yeah.
Okay, let's let's go. I guess I'll just start walking up to her head.
Okay. Yeah. This you can definitely do. We still require another skill challenge. This might actually be more difficult than the mountainscape, just because of the very odd shaped structure of how your body is. Because looking at your knee, it is kind of a high point, so you're kind of on a like extremely steep hill, and going down without anything that is like made for holding or that has rough texture and stuff like that does prove to become quite difficult quite fast. And introducing all of the pores there, which are like, it looks kind of like craters that have impacted every 100 feet or so, and they kind of span for probably several hundred feet. So yeah, once again, it won't be like ridiculously high DC or anything like that, but it is still kind of a challenge for you to make it, or try to make it to the other side of this body.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'll use stealth, and I'd like to try to find the... that's not as good as I thought it was going to be. It sounded better in my head. Hold on.
So are we like on top of her now? Like we're touching her?
Yeah, you're on her knee. You're literally on her knee.
I guess I have one while Eric's thinking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna use persuasion. I'm gonna make them all have a buddy. Obviously, there's gonna be a group of 3. I'm gonna make it so someone like me who is not strong or dexterous will be matched with someone like Beltrix, and we'll just keep matching with like people with different skills, so they can travel together and kind of complement each other, and also so they can have someone to talk to, and just keep a good line of communication, work together, and I'll make sure like we're with people of the other groups so we can kind of work on our cohesion.
Yeah, that sounds like a quite very creative way of using persuasion there, so I will definitely allow it. I'll make a persuasion check. 16. Yes, very good. It works. Like your what's that skill called again? Team speaking,
Motivation.
yeah, kind of skills have been improving lately and proving to be extremely beneficial to the group dynamic. And it seems like most of the kind of uncertainty and distrust this group had towards you a bit is being kind of broken up by the now close interactions you have had now together, especially now since you're on top of a large body that could potentially kill you at any moment. You can't trust the partner right besides you, and so you kind of invest yourselves, and you always kind of convince, especially Gorn needs a bit of convincing to work with any one of you. And there are definitely points where it would have been challenging if everyone were to be left at their own devices, but definitely it's easier when the group works together, and so you kind of make your way down the knee part where you can kind of, as in pairs, always support one of the people climbing down, while the one that's more dexterous kind of goes down first without needing the support of the other, and then kind of guiding them in the best way they can. And so you make your way down the knee and get kind of to the hip bone, and you can now see that it's kind of, the hip bone protrudes outwards quite heavily, indicating that she has more of a skinnier frame, as you can definitely see on the picture I've drawn. And it's like almost like a literal mountain in your way that kind of peaks up, and you kind of have to try and get around it to get to your next, or get closer.
Are you ready for your idea? If not,
I think I've figured out my wording here. I'm going to use acrobatics, and I'm kind of assuming that walking across skin is kind of giving the same effect as trying to walk across a trampoline. You're kind of like bouncing and it's a little unsteady. So I'm going to try to use acrobatics just to help, explain to everybody like how to keep your center of balance low, and how to, balance yourself with, sticking out an arm, or, leaning in the direction to counterbalance the movement.
Yes, well, as I stated, once you land it, the skin is surprisingly hard like stone. So actually there's no trampoline effect.
Oh shit, I missed that.
However, I would say it is still a very uneven structure, as in like there are a lot of curves, because it always curls in towards one of the paws that you can still use acrobatics to keep balance. Being on the constant, like the changes of curves requires you to kind of shift your body weight, which is similar to what you said before, just in a different context. So I will still allow it.
Fair enough. Jesus.
Well, that's what happens if you don't listen. Yeah, you kind of try to, at one point, climb up a portion that seems to be, it's like a bit of a steep curve that leads into one of the craters of the pores that's been created, and you believe you can just run up it with your dexterous skills. And so you kind of take a little run towards it, and as you kind of try to go up, because of this surprisingly smooth surface, you kind of slip and just kind of catch your ankle and just kind of slide down towards the edge and almost fall down towards the left side into a other crater down in the pore, but manage to kind of hold yourself down as Goran touches his arm as he was your team partner, kind of just grabs you up and places you by his side as you almost fell into one of the pores.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, a bit ambitious.
How high is the hip bone to us?
pretty high. I would say.
Okay.
Would it be like several hundred feet?
I got nothing. Okay.
So mine was
My
actually
my idea was like if we were within 30 feet, but no, never mind.
Yeah, Felicia.
So my idea was actually really similar to Irik's, except for I was going to use athletics, and I was going to kind of, if I saw a spot that was going to be difficult for some people to like climb over, or like the spot where Irik slid, I would plant my feet firmly and then kind of use myself as like a brace to help people get up.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. Can we get select checks there?
Oh my god.
Well, that my
Oh
friends
no.
is a natural one. What happens instead is you kind of go towards the same spot Irik went to and try to, try and help people that kind of run past you to just grab the hand and then just kind of with your might swing them up so they can continue running up to reach the ledge. As you go there, you can see, you first want to see if Goran can be able to make it, since he's also a heftier guy and is the largest individual of you with the highest success rate to potentially make it up there. And he kind of takes a sprint and runs up. And as you kind of grab his hand and then kind of jut him up, you once, similar to Irik, you slip with your foot. You do manage to get Goran up. However, this slip is kind of increased with him pushing you down and you pushing him up, so you fall much heavier than Irik and slip down. And since Goran is now up the edge, not able to grab your hand and help you up, you do fall down the pole down there. So you actually take, that would be, oh my god, lucky. 18 bludgeoning damage. Probably managed to roll yourself off, and your armor and shield kind of prevent you from taking any further bludgeoning damage, but eventually fall down one of the paws and just crack on the other side of it. And you are now separated from your group with this paw in between your space. So there's kind of like a small crater that you have to try and get up.
How far is she from me?
More than 30 feet. The fall alone from where she dropped off is 60 feet, which why 66. For every 10 feet you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage. And now Goran's kind of up off the ridge where you wanted to go. However, Jade.
So she's about 60 feet from me.
No, her fall was 60 feet. However, she kind of tumbled a bit, which would make it like maybe a total of 100 to 80 feet.
I am of no help once again. Because we did not take a break long enough for me to change my spells.
So how much am I like away from the group, did you say? Sorry.
Like around 180 feet. Not 180, but between 180 is what I meant to say.
Can I... So let's see, that's... Can I just like rapid use my Blessing of the Raven Queen to just keep teleporting up to get back to the group? So I have 4 uses of it. It's 30 feet.
Hold on. I might be of help.
Well, first go with Jade's idea. She tries to rapid use her. If it was a rare, you know what? We will leave it up to the dice. It will be a pretty high DC, since it technically is impossible. but you know, maybe being on top of a huge person changes things. You have to make a straight charisma because that's your spellcasting modifier, and the DC is. You didn't even let me say it. The DC is 20, but okay.
Can I give her a +5?
How close do they have to be?
Oh shit, you're right. Probably too far. Damn it, hold on. Yep, too far.
So you do your first blessing, which is 30 feet, and then you immediately start falling because, you know, you're in the air. And you try to do the second one as you're kind of dropping. You manage to do it, but the time period in which you can cast your spell versus the speed you fall is too high. The difference. So once again, you just waste 3 of your blessings and just land back right where you were, kind of just being in a static points. And you do take more damage because you kind of teleport yourself up in the air and just fall down on the ground. This time, I would say 30 feet. Take another 7 bludgeoning damage. As if for the back
Do we have more fly capabilities?
I can. I've already cast it 5 times.
Yeah. I can cast it like several times, but
I feel like it's 100. Do we have rope to go to 100 feet?
I have 50 feet of rope.
I've got 30 feet.
Oh. I don't think Yarn will hold her.
I mean, she is between. Hold on. I may have a solution.
I like solutions.
I've been trying to use this spell for literally. I could cast a grasping vine here. We could tie off the rope and send it down, and then the vine could yank her up.
Doesn't the vine have to come from somewhere?
Shit. The ground. It's not ground, it's human. It's not gonna work. Dang it. I'm useless again.
Wait, we have 50 feet of rope and 30 feet of rope.
Yes. Does any of our friends have rope?
I just rolled to see, and unfortunately, that does. Like,
Shoot.
yeah, it burned the last time we used it.
That makes sense.
Jack, how do you rule tying rope together? Does it how much rope does it take to make the knots?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be picky with that. I would say
okay.
if you have 50, 30, it's 80 feet of rope. Like, I won't count the centimeters from that point.
Okay.
Oh, you may be able to mend it together.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Well, I mean, then we can just cut it again. Could do that. I mean, I was just thinking if you've got one more casting of your teleport, right, Jade?
Yes.
And you could maybe start with like a running jump.
Teleport up to the bottom of the rope that we lower down to you and grab onto it. Is that something that's possible?
I'd be willing to try it.
Knowing that there's an actual thing to get to instead of just the air that you tried before.
Oh, I just realized I had resistance on all that damage.
Oh yeah.
So that would have been
25, which is 12.
it's only 12 damage. Okay.
So we can drop 80 feet of rope down and just hope that the teleport up to the rope works.
A pour is like this, right? It's not like a pour.
No, because
Right?
it's sideways. Because you're kind of at the edge. It kind of goes like this at the edge, and she fell down off the ridge to the side. So she is kind of. Since I have the capability to draw, let me illustrate once again with this beautiful drawing I have here. So you're at the edge. I should pick a brighter color. And I should make this like,
Not red.
well, it's blue actually.
Oh,
Believe it or not. I will make the line thicker since that is something I can do. So it kind of goes, oh my god, this is bad, like this. So she fell off the edge here, since that is kind of the, and it would, the next one would go here, kind of like this, and the pole goes down there. And you guys are, she's here, and you are on top of here, and that,
Oh my gosh.
so technically speaking, she could do a little bit of a running to get to the rope.
yeah, that's like kind of what she attempted to do with
Well, without
yeah, exactly,
popping
without
out
a
of
rope.
existence.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So yeah, like the plan is definitely possible and way more realistic than what she tried before.
Let's try it.
Okay,
Yikes, okay.
so you mend 80 feet of rope together, putting your 30
Yeah.
plus 50 together. Don't have to do any checks for that. Who is holding the rope?
Someone stronger than me.
Goran's already gone up, right? So he can't
Yeah.
come back down.
Yeah, he's up there.
Nah.
Pretty sure me with the strength of 12 is gonna be.
Funny.
I
A lot better than
can-
there.
I can guidance you. I mean, no, I seriously, I don't have. I am so useless right now.
I mean, we can just, hold on to your hips.
Yeah, we can do like a chain thing. You
Yeah.
know? Like when you play like tug of war
Yeah.
or something.
Everyone just grab a little bit of the rope as soon as I start pulling. Just keep pulling the rope.
You
Alright.
can at least do that.
Well,
Yeah.
if it gets close enough to me, I could, maybe like tie. If I can, somebody's got. I don't know what your mage hand distance is, but maybe I can. You could float some rope down to me, and I could tie it to mine, and then your mage hand can tie it to the other piece.
Mage
Ooh.
hand is not
Thir-
that
30
big,
feet.
and it's it's 30 feet, and it cannot hold
30
more
feet.
than 10
5
pounds.
pounds. 10 pounds?
I was just saying to like
Yeah, it's not
carry
Yeah.
some of my rope up to you. But
too far.
Okay, you're
alright, well,
80 feet of rope now. What's the plan? Just hang it down?
I'm gonna.
Chuck it down and make a group.
Do a conga
more
line of
Yep.
I just have
Then
to get to
hopefully
the
she can
rope.
reach it.
yeah.
Okay, Jade, how do you wish to reach the rope that is kind of dangling a bit in the air?
How far away is it from me?
It's like around, 15 to 20 feet.
I'm gonna try to run and jump to it.
Okay. Then make an athletics check. I would say the DC for that is 18.
I'm gonna give
Parkour.
myself guidance on this.
Yeah, of course you can. That's a 22. Easy peasy. Kind of run up.
Yay.
Kind of grinding your boots in the skin. Step off. And then grab the hempen rope quite tight. Now, the rest of you basically get, in this kind of, I will just make a triple advantage. Like each of you can just roll a athletics check to see if can hold on to it, and so there's only one of you has to be successful on
Okay,
this.
not it. Oh, so we all roll one.
Yeah,
only
yeah,
one
yeah.
has to pass.
Yeah, exactly. Dang! I saw it going
I'll do
strong.
it for fun.
I got a +5 just in case. I don't know what the DC is.
I'm holding it, but I'm not really pulling.
Yeah.
It's more like
She's
you.
like, eh.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Rope burn.
Just for funsies, do you have Tenarius? Yeah. Where's Tenaria? Let's make her do a it was a 5.
right.
And Veltrix.
Wizards can't do anything.
That was a natural 15 for Veltrix. So yeah, as soon as Jade holds onto it, and Jade is pretty damn heavy with the shield she's wearing and her full I think chainmail armor, and obviously her the weapon's not there, so that's actually a bit lighter. However, it's still fully packed human with beefy muscles. You feel the tug. However, Isorel, Eirik, you're prepared, and Veltrix too kind of just stay back, lean back as soon as she grabs it, and then manage to kind of with one heave-ho get her off the first ground, and then your legs hit the side of the wall, Jade, and then with the help you can just kind of walk yourself up, and the others don't have to kind of awkwardly try and pull you up, even though you probably do both things at the same time and successfully retrieve Jade back up and not leaving her behind on Eve's body.
Okay, back to the main task at hand.
Do you want your 50 feet of rope back, or do you want me to just keep this?
Yeah, keep it.
All right.
Jade's just like hands are on her knees, just like, stupid me.
You have now the hip bone back in front of you. Proving to be...
How far up is Goran from us?
He's around from kind of the edge of where you slip down, or where danger is to slip down. From that point, it's not too much. It's like 15 feet.
Oh.
Can we toss him the rope?
Thank you.
Yeah, you can definitely toss him the rope. That was the original plan, to get everyone up there, so at least get one on the edge so you can get the rest there. However, Jade fell and Eirik didn't make it himself. So...
Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm very sorry.
2 hit points. Oh boy.
Oh my god, and can be burst with the DC 17 strength check. Oh,
Didn't know that either.
yeah, that's
I
interesting.
was trying to delete it from my inventory and instead sent the stats. Very sorry about that.
I mean, no, now we are educated. I also didn't know it had 2 hit points. Yeah, so with that, you can all get yourself to the ridge, which you wanted to use to get a better vantage point of the hip itself. However, because you all have failed the skill challenge, you get a minor setback, which is you've been kind of traveling here for quite a while, and a lot of time has passed since your last break, and you are feeling not only the fatigue kind of running up towards you, tiredness, hunger, and thirst all at the same time, and you know that any further travel, exactly, you'll take 1 point of exhaustion, as you probably need to rest to kind of regain your strength back, or at least eat something, and some of you probably also need some sleep. Man, that kind of looks nice with the yellow color, I'm gonna be honest.
You have dark
2
mode
names.
enabled.
Yep.
Yeah.
Dark mode.
Yeah.
So you can either wish to proceed, or...
Well, Fiera, how often do you get a chance to set up a tower on a body? Is this
I'm
thing?
not against it.
It gets made with the material. It's
I can choose the material.
okay.
I just have to have it handy.
It's not
And
just
I
gonna be a
can drew-
skin tower.
Hey, I can druid craft some dirt,
Mhm.
some twigs, some rocks, whatever you need to make sure that we don't stay in a meat suit. Please.
Right. Yeah, let's just make a wooden tower. Do we really want to rest?
Yes,
Probably.
I think we do.
Probably.
I was gonna say, I'm
Just-
content to keep going, even though just
I need a
going.
rest. I need a rest.
What? Okay. Can I get a twig then?
Yoop. There you go.
Thank you. I guess I'll try to set up the tower here. Knowing that this kind of nebulous. I don't know if the nebulous changed, but I'll try to find a place that has ample magic.
Mm. Yeah, you can make a. I guess that would just be an Arcana check.
Guidance.
Okay.
Oh, okay, you're fine.
I mean, you can
Oh,
still add
yeah.
guidance. She said it before
Sure, yeah.
it appeared.
26.
26, yeah.
Woohoo.
Yeah, your biggest worry is about the kind of ever fluctuating state of the kind of magic energy. Your tower is kind of like it uses somewhat low magic, as it just kind of transforms the materials to stay there, but doesn't, you know, constantly produce magic. Similar to magic items, like your magic items still feel, you know, the same way of use. It is you have more of the worry that, you know, when you actively produce a spell, you're keeping it or concentrating on it, which makes it extremely unstable in this environment. However, as long as it has a fine grounded source where it stays complacent, you shouldn't have too much trouble, which your tower would have. So it is, you know, a solid structure without much concentration from your part needed. So you just, you know, on the way, it's just enough space, and you seem comfortable enough that you could cast this here. Your other worry is, well, not necessarily worry, but
There's a couple.
yeah, it's obviously maybe like creating something on her might, you know, be similar to like a twitch to her skin, since that is kind of the largest effect you would be having on top of the surface of her body. The other thing is, now that you've spent more time here and, you know, being trained in Arcana and having done a lot of research, and especially in the Zephycus archives, you made a lot of breakthroughs in the sense of what things people think about in ways of magical auras. Is if she is truly still, first of all, alive, second of all,
Right.
conscious, third of all, has her soul, the one thing you worry about the most is similar to when you met the light commander of the Legion, who has Annihilation Field, that your spell casting on top of her at close proximity, even though Jade seemed to be fine, having done her, you know, phase step, or her Blessing of the Raven Queen, might give enough of a kind of swoop or trigger her Annihilation Field in any significant way. You have casted many spells here, like you've used Fly and stuff like that. It hasn't triggered anything yet, but that is suddenly a worry that, you know, the longer you stay here, the higher potential or risk of, you know,
Her field just affecting us in
exactly,
some way.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that seems like a bad idea. It's a risk. I think it might be safer to fly to the ground and make it down there.
You want
'Cause
us
we
to
don't
go
actu-
all the way back down to the ground?
I mean, I can fly us down there.
It took us so long just to get up here.
Right, but we don't know what sort of effect she could have on us if we sleep on her. Which is a wild sentence.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's just fly. We can even fly forward a bit. We could fly for a few minutes and then go off and then land.
Yeah. I trust the one who's going to cast the spell. We've considered this a little bit of a recon. We got up here, we saw what it's like up here.
Right. And we haven't seen any reaction from her yet, so.
Don't we? Instead of wasting time and going back down, why don't we just use like good old fashioned sleeping bags?
Well, again, Annihilation Fields, I still am studying. But imagine it like an aura around her body. And if we sleep in that aura, her soul may influence us.
You can see Tanaria kind of on, and she says, then, well, if it's like around her body, like how far away would we then have to be to not be affected? I mean, she's pretty damn big.
She is.
Or does it diminish with distance? Like, is it strongest when we're on top of her?
It is strongest when you have a connection to the weave. I think with her being in this state, it's diminished. So we don't have to go too far. And it may be something she has to consciously do, which we don't know if she's awake or not. Or if she's aware of us or not.
Well, I don't know if this actually helps, but my bubble that I can create, like, usually protects also against magical energies. Though I...
Well, her field may just undo the bubble
Oh, okay.
while we're sleeping.
Yeah, I didn't consider that. Well, yes.
That feels safer on the ground.
Yeah, well, our fly spells did kind of lose a bit of traction while we were flying there. That was... So I guess
Right.
the same could happen with... Though I, to be honest, I'm also a bit afraid if we're flying up and down her that at some point one of us will actually lose our concentration and fall all the way down, which also is an increased risk now that I think about it.
This is part of the reason I feel like we shouldn't rest and we should just keep going. Like, I know your spell slots are important, and but I just worry, like, even if we make it down, like you just said, like, we may not be able to get back up.
How about a group vote? One to rest and one to continue. So first, those who want to continue, raise their hand.
Oh, to continue? Yeah, my hand goes up.
That's one.
Gorwin would raise his hand. Beatrix would also raise his hand. Tenaria? She... she'll go for it. Doesn't raise a hand.
Okay, so that puts 3 to 4. That's quite close. Iric,
And I'm honestly on the fence. I like,
Because I know I have all my spells still. I'm still okay if we went and kept going. But I'm worried about Izarel not having enough stuff to help us if we keep going.
If there's
Or
a-
you or anyone else who needs spells.
My only worry is if there's some sort of test put upon us to get a fragment of the spear, it's best to be at full strength.
Yeah,
But-
and I agree with that. It's solid logic.
But I do see the point of us going down and then trying to come back up. It does take a lot of time. But I also see we're tired. There's a lot of pros and cons.
Yeah, the level of exhaustion doesn't help either. And that level of exhaustion is going to hurt if we end up having to do a test, like you said.
Right. Because I think it affects skill checks, right? Level 1.
Ability checks.
Ability check. Ooh, yeah, it's everything we need.
Which could also affect if you're trying to like go down.
Well, if it's a Constitution saving throw for concentration, I should be okay.
I mean, I believe. I'm not sure. Well, I would say continuing onwards is maybe a smart idea, because if you say it's, true that the longer we stay here, the more or higher the chances that annihilation field, whatever the fuck that is, might be able to influence us, which means the longer we stay here, just increases our risk manyfold. And I won't be honest, like if I'm gonna take a rest, I think most of us do, except for you lovely elves, we have to stay for quite a while. And we still have quite a ways to go before we even get to the spear itself, though that is a lot of time.
So maybe we meet in the middle. We continue on until we feel it's unsafe, or we have to stop for rest. Right now we don't have to stop.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I don't feel any effects now, or at least what is seeing other than when we flew here, that we're kind of breaking our spell capacities. And if we really want to make a rest before we get to the spear, like if we get there, we still have the opportunity, hopefully, if we don't get too close, to do that there. So I too really would rather prefer to have some other spells, but I think with what I have now, it should be alright.
Okay. Well, sounds like we're agreed to continue at least for a little bit. So let's try to get to her torso.
Yeah, it's fun. Try to get to a torso, I guess. And you continue onwards. Now, it's basically just 3 rounds to skill challenge. The failure has meant you've taken a point of exhaustion, but the next track is going to be a lot more difficult in your exhausted state, because every roll you're going to make now is of course with disadvantage, unless you find a way to give yourselves advantage to cancel that out, which
Can we just eat our rations while we're walking?
well, it's like general fatigue. It's not just hunger, it's like tiredness, and
Muscle cramps.
Stuff like that. Like just eating a bit of rations unfortunately will not get rid of the fatigue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okie dokes. Okay, I gotta think how to use intelligence to do this.
Yeah, and try crazy shit. I mean, this is a point where you kind of have to try and be creative with what you got.
What is she wearing, if anything?
No, nothing. She's naked.
Really? Okay.
This is the biggest challenge yet of the Fate Weavers. Is how to get across this hip bone.
I am completely useless. There is literally nothing I can do to help. Eirik has my rope. I have no more wild shape.
I can give you your rope.
No, but I mean, like, what is 80 feet of rope going to do for us? You know?
Yeah, no, I know.
I don't have any wild shape. I have no spells to help us. All of my spells are to either attack or heal. Like, I have nothing.
How tall is the hip bone to get to the next level?
To like there's like what there are many paws that you can use kind of as like cliffs or checkpoints you can get to, so you don't have to go up the hip bone in one go because it's like I said several hundred feet high, and the paws are about separated like the last one you were in, always like 120 or 100 feet. So that's like your goal, to find a consistent and safe way to go up that distance.
So if, like, here's an idea that we could do. I have an additional 50 feet rope that we can combine with what Eirik already has. So there's that. That gives us some more feet.
130 feet.
We could potentially create like a human ladder where like one person can be the base and then each person just climbs up and gets on their shoulders until they can get to a spot where they can get on it. And then they could try to find a way to anchor the rope to allow other people to like climb up the rope.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm trying to persuade people to go with this plan.
That's a very interesting way of using persuasion. I will allow it. I will allow persuasion, and I would say the execution. If you would just make your first roll, and then I will say what will happen after that.
And I'm also going to give myself guidance.
Yes, and because of exhaustion, of course, it is with disadvantage.
And then
It's an 11.
4.
That's a 15. Everyone seems a bit skeptical about the plan to make a human ladder. It is actually somewhat realistic because you don't actually have to hold each person on a shoulder, because you can just kind of lean towards the inclined wall that goes up, so you don't have to carry all of the weight. And Goran kind of just kind of nods towards the notion, and with this tactic there is no how should I say this, like, it gives the first notion of trying to attempt to get to the second stage, but it is not a oh my god, how should we call it, like, it would still not be enough feet to actually get to the top, because even 5 people stacked on top of each other would be how many feet? 25 feet. And you would go and just kind of goes to Euphira and says, maybe it's time to get the pickaxe again.
Sure, but it's in Eirik's bag.
Oh.
And we're also gonna be pickaxing into the body,
I mean,
not a mountain. We've been avoiding putting stuff into her, but we could have been using stuff to chip away at this body before.
yeah.
I don't see another point. Like, how else are we supposed to get up this thing? Our resources are limited. If we have to pickaxe into it, we have to pickaxe into it.
I mean, it's a small hold. We are.
It's not like we're excavating her whole hip. There's little indents enough for a shoe. Just
I agree.
That's your sure. I don't have a better plan.
Okay, well, I'm sure as hell not letting him dig through my bag, so I'm gonna go and get the pickaxe myself.
Okay. He takes the pickaxe, and because of your successful persuasion check, I will give him advantage on his athletics check. However, because he also has disadvantage, it cancels each other out to try and, climb up the ladder as you have stated, and then he tries to hammer in with the pickaxe to kind of tie a safe spot.
I give him guidance.
Yeah, of course you can give him guidance.
It's my plan. I want it to succeed.
Let me get this. Well, he has a +10 anyway, so I will just roll a d20. You can put a +10 there. Holy shit, natural 19.
Oh.
So this plan actually succeeds, and he climbs up. All of you kind of picks into the skin of it, and it reacts just like stone. Like, it really crumbles as it kind of digs into it. Creates a handhold. Manage kind of ties a rope around the pickaxe itself and kind of rams it into the hole, and with the tied rope around the pickaxe allows you all to kind of climb up the space. After that, he kind of just grabs the pickaxe again, takes it out, and then continues on forwards with making another hole a little bit further up, climbing up, tying the rope again, allowing you to move a bit forward, and then so forth and so on after you steadily make it to the next ridge, creating a very precarious way to go up the side of the hip, quite slow way. However, in the end, you successfully make it over the hip bone eventually, and you reach her torso. And from here on out, the stretch seems to be a lot easier. There are no hills that you have to kind of cross as much, and everything seems to be flatter, and that was the only kind of sharp, steep curve you have to kind of get by. So how do you wish to proceed to travel?
Well, they're thinking Jade just nudges her new friend that helped. She goes, "See, it was a great plan.
Yeah.
It worked."
Yeah, right there on you. Sometimes you just have to use, more muscle than brains.
Exactly. We're good for some things.
So it's not difficult at the moment, it's just kind of far we have to go?
Yeah, it's just distance and less uneven terrain.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so the plans to use religion here.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay.
Here we go. So I'm going to recall basically everything Fiera has been taught about Adam and Eve, and I'm going to try to distract everybody from the strange landscape, from the strange travel, and have it be more like a group study session to make it seem like time is passing faster as they zone out everything I'm actually saying.
Make a performance check instead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, frustration.
That feels more like a performance than a...
Yeah.
Do persuasion too?
Yeah, I would say either performance or persuasion, since you're kind of persuading them to listen to you and not pay attention to whatever's going on with you. Yeah.
As if we haven't already heard enough religion stuff the last little while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically just to get people to zone out so the travel is just Like going on a road trip.
Yeah.
Oh, it's supposed to be disadvantage. Oh god.
Well, the first one was
Okay.
good.
Yeah. Well,
Just do it again.
I will. You know, what, I will chronal shift, and I'm gonna use it in a way so it seems like time is passing faster.
Oh, Chronomancer playing with time again.
In our general area. So I get one more roll. Ow.
Dang, back to the 20.
Did it again.
Down to the 8, back to the 20.
Yeah. I
Um,
think it's less me talking about it and more me just messing with time around us as we're walking.
yes. And that is actually all you need. You only needed 2 successes for this one, which is why I thought it was so funny that you got stuck by the hip bone. Yeah, your incredible tactic of just kind of persuading everyone not only allows you to, you know, just kind of go with the flow of just running, even though, you know, you're walking for a long while, also kind of distracting everyone from the hunger, the thirst, and, you know, the incredibly tired legs of Gorwin and Ventrix, who, Jesus Christ, are going through a lot today. But most importantly, kind of giving everyone a motivation of just, you know, sometimes laughing, kind of lifting up the moods and spirits of, you know, telling like ludicrous stories about Adam and Eve, and, you know, or the kind of your personal experience with the stories, maybe how your mother told them and stuff like that, and kind of joke around there.
Yeah, how it was taught versus how reality is of Eve actually has horns.
Yeah, exactly.
And is a giant.
And is a giant. So kind of time flies by. The increased motivation of everyone, just with the overall vibe being better, allows everyone to kind of concentrate also, more focus on their tasks. And you would all eventually come to the point where you kind of crest over her left breast and make visual with the contact point of where the spear enters her body. So we're kind of skipping through a lot, but not much actually happens during the entire travel, and it really is just a walk. It doesn't seem like any annihilation field effects have been placed on top of you, and also doesn't seem like the kind of crunching inside of her body also hasn't made effect. And so as you get there, you can see very evidently, just, you know, scaled up 1,000 times, the spear, and the ridges are bloody and blood flowing off to the side where, you know, kind of gushes down into the waterfall, which then eventually leads to the river Styx. And it seems to be like a clear puncture wound, just with a bit of blood that kind of swelled up and creating a bit of a ridge. Other than that, you can see the enormity of the spear itself going up to the sky, seeing the vortex around it atop of you. And this is, yeah, basically your last stretch. You're like maybe a mile away from it now, and you can decide what you want to do before you approach it.
And we could redo the votes. Kind of just feel like we're here now. Almost.
I just feel completely useless right now.
Right, and
I mean, well, you helped us get to the ridge, and now we're here.
mhm.
And if anything is to happen, I think, well, most likely, if we are to get into a fight, I think you are well prepared for that.
That is for sure.
So I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of the same game. I mean, being so close to what we believe is going to get us back home really wants me to just, you know,
jump
Right.
right into it.
My only thought is, so the plan is to get the spear, convince it to give it a piece of itself, and send us home. Currently home sounds like the war's begun. We don't know where we're going to be sent back. We could be sent back in the middle of a fight. We could be sent back somewhere where demons are. We could be sent back somewhere where the 12th Legion is waiting for us with more soldiers.
So what I'm hearing is you want to build a house here in hell and stay here, right?
For the rest of my life, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Do I have to remind you guys that we have a mission? We came all this way for a reason. You guys have been on this far longer than I have. Cephagus just sent me on this to help you guys. You guys are on this for a reason. I don't know as much about your group, and I look at the other people, but I understand it's all the same. Yes, home is a disaster right now. We all know it. But we're not going to know how bad until we're actually there. Who knows? We could get sent back to the same place where we got thrown into this place. We could go back to that one person that got us into hell. That's probably safer than being thrown randomly in somewhere else. That's my theory, is that's where we end up back up. We're gonna go back to that tree and he's gonna be like, welcome back. You succeeded.
Would be nice.
We could have spent a couple hours or a couple weeks, but I don't think it is wise to stay here longer than we need to.
I was just kidding about staying here, by the way.
Oh, I know. I know your humor.
Okay.
Don't worry.
All right.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Isero here. Like, at least comparing our times, it seems like, you know, time seems to be going a little bit slower here than it does on, you know, home. However, we have been here for quite a while.
Alright. Okay. Let's talk to a spear.
So I guess, what do you do?
I mean, walk
Before
toward it?
before you get close to it, I'm going to cast a spell. I'm
Just
going
rock
to
that, yeah.
cast Bless on I'm gonna cast it at 2nd level so that I can include myself. So Izarel, Iric, Fiera, and myself will all be under Bless. Now it's
Hold on.
whenever
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
I just showed what it is.
Yep.
So it's only for saving throws, but you never know.
And attack
In
rolls.
attack rolls. So that could be helpful.
Seeing that, I will cast Bless at 3rd level for the other 3,
Oh.
so that we all are protected.
Oh, do you not have it at 1st level?
What?
1st level is all you need for 3 creatures.
Yeah, I was just about to
Is
say.
it? Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1st level. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. I thought it was 1 creature. Sorry.
No,
Yeah.
it's 3. Okay, man, a blessed party up on Eve. So you both kind of channel your different divine energies, and it feels like you're sourcing it directly from the air as you kind of cast it. You can see the air around you illuminate a bit, and you can see that Veltrix kind of gives you a nod, Isarel, almost in a way of like, you know, you both know what has happened between the two of you, and he has a
Yeah.
very respective and now more friendly notion towards you, and appreciates the aid that you're giving towards him. But then looks straight forward towards, you know, the thing that you're approaching. And I guess you cast these spells as you get closer, not immediately where you are, since it only lasts 1 minute. But as you get close, you can see now more fine detailed structure of the spear. And it's like, even though it's this big, it's kind of like very slightly engraved. That's super cute. Skid just sent a picture of a cat.
Oh, jeez.
And oh my god, it's like no,
Wild pose.
don't blind
He is
me.
zonked out.
Yeah, small details relative to the size of the spear is how I'm speaking right now. I kind of engrave the surface of the spear, and it looks a little bit like definitely religious, like how you know religious ornaments look like, but also kind of like odd symmetrical patterns that seem a bit alien, as in that you've never seen this sort of scriptural pattern. It's like very like symmetrical and uneven at the same time. It's hard to describe, and it kind of takes a while for you to comprehend what kind of sort of pattern is there. However, I think, yeah, Iswell was the passive perception of 17 and Eirik was the passive perception of 16. Man, you all have decent passive perception, except for Fiera. But Iswell, with your passive perception, you would see that there is something floating at the edge of where the spear pierces the body itself. And it doesn't seem like anything immense or huge. It seems to be like a cross, kind of just floating there. And beneath it, as you're getting closer, which you haven't noticed before, just because it is kind of bright here since you're being illuminated by this kind of cloudscape and arcane energy above you, there's a little bit of flame coming off of the cauterized blood that has dried around the puncture wound of the spear. And there's this kind of cross just floating there as you approach closer and closer.
I'm going to point it out to the group.
Then I immediately do Mage Armor, Alacrity, and Intellect Fortress.
Oh, jeez.
Just all the words.
Tenaria also casts a Mage Armor on herself. That's it. She doesn't have fancy Chronomancer prep stuff.
Isaril is going to cast Shield of Fate on herself.
Okay. Do you approach closer?
Yep.
Okay. As you get closer and closer, it literally looks like a floating cross. As you get closer and closer, you can see that it's golden, and there seems to be a kind of slight reddish color coming from where the center or where the cross is, the puncture point. And as soon as you kind of witness this red light, the surroundings around you kind of dim and become a bit darker and darker as this becomes the only thing in front of you visible as the lights fade away. There's a odd sensation of emptiness that suddenly comes around you as you see, and because you've come closer, the spear more clearly, which I can actually show you.
Ooh.
I'm excited to see what it
I've
actually
been
looks
waiting
like.
for this.
It's so beautiful.
Oh, this is nice.
And you all feel a pull, a will to grab it.
I will try to fight that pull and try to push Fiera in front so that she grabs it.
It said it would choose. Faith is what we're here for. And to choose our own fate. And our fate's the spear. And I don't know, can this reach?
Okay. You touch the spear. Now what I want you to do, and only you are allowed to do this, is go to D&D Beyond, look up a fragment of the Spear of Avernus, add it to your inventory, and then read the description out loud. Funny enough, we're doing it twice this episode.
Oh my god. What is about to happen?
Regular Spear of Avernus. Oh, okay. Read. Oh boy. There's only a couple words.
And loud and clearly, please.
Right. Let me move it to a different screen. There we go. A fractured piece of the Spear of Avernus. Through contact with divine blood, it has taken the shape of the Cross of Judgment. Golden color with many holy engravings that carve the outside of the spear's body, with a glowing red amber crystal within the cross junction. You are powerless. You are forgettable. You are worthless. You are replaceable. You are insignificant. You are nothing. While being within the vicinity of the spear, these are the feelings you feel. Your significance next to the spear is diminished to the point of absolute nothing. This sphere holds more purpose and power than in every conceivable life that you could ever that you ever could or will ever have. It is not an object, it is neither good nor evil. It is neither usable nor unusable. For every imaginable creature, this spear is inconceivable. You did not choose to wield the spear. You did not find the spear. It chose you and it found you. There's more. Your purpose is anchored within the spear. Grabbing it has already completed what you thought you wanted to use it for. You look in front of you. You see the White Orchid's high castle as you stand on the higher plains of the noble district in Sunanir. The strong breeze from the ocean wind carries the scent of sea salt with it. Only a lingering smell of iron reminds you of that, what you could have been through. The sky is blue, clouds part as the sun shines down on the city below. The reflection of platinum armor can be seen even from your distance as you look at the city below. As your eyes return to the White Orchid's high castle, you notice two things. Red symbols have been painted on the outside of the wall, and a bright red flag is blowing in the wind atop the highest tower of the high castle, instead of the white-green one belonging to the Vertgerber family. Helix is gone, so is the spear. Reload your page.
So we're gonna end today's session.
Nice! Cliffhanger?
Massive cliffhanger. Calyx is gone, and then it says reload your page.
Huh.
What does that even mean? And then there's the image of the. There's the image. We haven't seen that image in like forever. Like,
Yeah.
It's been a long time.
Tune in there, huh?
Been a
Interesting.
long time.
Oh
Interesting.
my gosh. Ooh.
Ooh.
once again, Jack has left us speechless at the end of a session. Make sure
Yeah.
you like and subscribe.
Hold on.
I was like, okay, so we get a piece of the spear, we get back, we have to find Calyx, we have to get to Calyx, we have to make sure the 12th Legion doesn't stop us. Then we have to use the spear fragment on Calyx after he's at like 1 HP. It's gonna be like an epic battle. Nope.
Yeah, I knew that. Well, obviously, that would be a Winston repeat of what you have already been through. But the more exciting news is you have basically witnessed divine intervention in the most literal sense of something that is beyond comprehension. And because it is beyond comprehension, you all guys get your very first level of your annihilation field. Which means your annihilation field has become stronger, and as thus, every time you are forced to make a saving throw to save against someone else's annihilation field, you can use whichever ability score as your saving throw that you wish to. So you can either choose to use an intelligence saving throw if you're Eirik or Fiera, you can use a wisdom saving throw if you're Isorel, or you can use a charisma saving throw, Jade Nightlock. You now have the power to decide with your own annihilation field how to fight against other annihilation fields. And the reason why you get an upgrade in your annihilation field is because you also level up.
Shut up!
Already?
Yeah,
Whoa.
I said either
Whoa.
the amount of levels, or if something extraordinary happens and a trek through hell, getting to a divine spear that brings you back to where you are and changes reality in small ways, most definitely is deserving of a level up.
Oh.
There must be an epic ending for
Whoa.
your reappearance, and as you reappear, you immediately get your level up, your point of exhaustion is gone, and you basically have like a long rest. So you appear refreshed.
So all of us did, right?
Yeah, all of you did. All of
It
you.
wasn't just Fiera.
No.
Like we're all standing together in Suna and Ear. God.
That's probably, maybe.
dude, my next level. Oh man.
Oh.
I have a choice to make.
I get 6 level spells. I'm excited.
Yeah, shit's about to get down real fucking fast.
Oh boy.
I need to decide if I stick with Paladin or. Because right now I'm even with both.
I am at a standstill where whatever I choose gives me nothing.
I mean, yeah, that's the eventual fate of a multi-classer.
I get something regardless, so it's just a matter of which one do I want more.
Wait, no, like if you go Cleric level 3, that's like pretty big, because then you get access to
A bunch of stuff.
your divine
It gives
domain.
me no. My divine domain is 2nd level.
Oh yeah, that's Clerics. Oh yeah.
So we just give you
Yeah.
2nd level spells.
Oh
Or-
wait,
it
but
it gives me 2nd level spells.
but
That's it.
level 9 druid would give you access to level 5 spells. No.
Yes,
Which is a big
Yes.
thing actually.
it is. So I think I may go one more druid and
Yeah.
hold off on the cleric just a little bit more.
Hmm. Well, level
If I
3 cleric
go-
with level 2 spells. Which I
If
don't
I go
know.
level
Yeah.
6 Paladin, I get my aura.
Oh,
Which would fit so much
That's good.
because it's literally your
just-
annihilation field. That is 10 of you all.
Can you explain the annihilation field thing again?
No, you don't understand it yet, so I won't explain it.
Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
Yeah, it's Aura of Protection. Whenever you or a friendly creature within 10 feet of you makes a saving throw,
Oh, yeah.
the creature gains a bonus to the
That's
saving
pretty
throw equal to my Charisma modifier.
Oh my god,
pretty good.
that's like plus
That's
5.
my 6th level Paladin level.
You get a plus
That's some
one.
insane saves
And
you're
that's
gonna
plus 5.
Yeah.
have.
So as long as you guys are within 10 feet of me.
Yeah, and that
Oh,
increases
do I
to
want-
30 once you get level.
Yeah,
You
18
gotta be
is
pretty
30
high
feet.
level. Yeah.
Okay, 18. Okay, yeah, so a bit of
So I either go with that or I can turn dead people into my minions.
Please don't do that.
a-
Unless you want to have a talk with everybody in the party.
Well, I mean, it's not exactly dead people, but it,
Oh yeah, it's the
the Hexblade Warlock 6th level ability.
yeah, my other play can do it where you what do you summon again? A
A cursed specter.
spectre, exactly, a spectre.
Cause its spirit to rise from its corpse.
I mean, yeah, you do shadowmancy, and one of the things of shadowmancy is summoning shadows. So when you kill someone, you could quite literally summon the shadow, which is comes in the form of the spectre. So both make sense, whichever you choose. Up to you. I don't know what do artificers get at level 11.
I'm just going in to check.
I am taking one more level in Druid because I get Mass Cure Wound and Scrying.
Both
Ooh.
insanely useful.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, your 11th ability is your Artificer ability is amazing.
Yeah, I got a spell storing item.
It's like Sierra's spell thing that she tossed you.
That hang on. There's a thing I read about this before. Let me just double check what it said. The spell stays in the object until it's been used a number of times equal to twice my intelligence modifier.
What?
Or until I use the feature again to store not. So I get 10 stored spells. One spell 10 times stored in an item.
Is it a level cap? Probably, right?
First or second level from the Artificer spell list.
Okay.
I do not need to have it prepared. It could be something I don't have.
Yeah.
I can
That's
put it
cool.
into an item.
You could put fly in it.
No, that's
Guys,
third
I
level.
could.
First or second.
Guys, I got tree stride.
There she goes.
There she goes.
Yes.
She could get back to hell.
Oh.
No, that's interplay.
Is it
That's
tree
right.
stride a limit? I think it's like 500 feet.
It
or
is
mile?
500 feet, but still.
500 feet.
Oh,
I didn't know
really?
that.
Yeah.
Isn't that?
There's another one there's another tree one that's
Yeah, there's a
teleportation one
higher
that's-
level one that's the teleport one.
Oh, I thought that was
Yeah.
the 5th level one. The other one was like a 4th level or 3rd level.
Yeah, I think I could.
Wait, Tree Stride is 5th level? Really? Are you sure?
Yes.
That's
Tree stride is 5th level concentration for up to 1 minute.
oh, that's why it's okay. I was like, because Dimension Door can also teleport you 500 feet, but you can only take one person with you. So with Tree Stride, you can take an entire group of people. So yeah, that's definitely good.
I see a lot of jack spells in the 6 levels.
Oh yeah, there are quite a few Shadowmancy spells if you want to tip your toes
I've noticed, yes.
inside
I
of
have to
them.
think about this.
Yeah.
That's one thing I'm sad about is my classes that I chose don't get a lot of the higher up spells until like
yeah.
super high level.
Yeah. Well, yeah. If you would have went straight Warlock with Mystic Arcanum, you would have gotten quite a few fancy
yeah.
spells. Which I have done with one of my players. Yeah, I think you. Yeah. Well, we're still recording. Yeah. So we're gonna figure out these level ups. So our private times can. Yes. Like and subscribe to find out what's going on. Why this one here? Nobody knows. And I have to change the overlay. So multi-classes, please do send me which class you are putting your level in, so I know where to put the increased number.
Druid.
Yeah, I guess as much in. I assume Paladin, Jade. Well, you got time. You can figure that out.
Yeah, I gotta think on it. I gotta
Yeah.
definitely.
But it is all from us today. So we're gonna see you guys next week. Bye.